The story begins with a sinister legend about the grave of a dead princess, which frightened not only children but also adults. This princess came from an ancient and powerful dynasty that had ruled since ancient times. Every year on the same day, the ghost of a girl in a red wedding dress can be seen wandering around the cemetery at the princess's grave. Her mysterious image is simultaneously frightening and enchanting, and her bloody smile and burning gaze inspire even more fear and despair. They say the girl died that day, but her soul never found peace, the dark-haired guy continued. On that very day, he plans to go to the cemetery with a film crew to hold a virtual meeting between his subscribers and the spirit of the late Red Princess. He will try to prove whether this mysterious spirit really exists, or whether it is just fiction and scary children's fairy tales, and subscribers will find out about it in his next video. The guy uploaded the recorded video to his channel and eagerly awaited the reaction of fans and the arrival of new subscribers. The film's director also stated that the promotional video has already been published online and should be well received by viewers. He also said that it had only been a day since the video was uploaded, but had already garnered over 1 million views, and the guy, who showed off his unrivaled skills with his entire appearance, really liked this information. The man stood up from his chair and finally, as if nothing had happened, said that the job had been well done. Fong Ning once again thanked the director for his work and asked him to help with the filming of the live broadcast at the cemetery, to which the director readily agreed. But he was mentally angry because if it weren't for the commercial problems, he wouldn't have been involved in all this nonsense in the first place. The film crew wasn't thrilled with the location either, preferring to shoot short videos rather than crowd around the cemetery, hoping to find something interesting. Suddenly, the cameraman, clearly worried about something, runs up to the director and tries to tell him something. The cameraman said that the hired actress would be a little late, to which the director became angry and told her to hurry up because they were not going to stay long in this terrible place. The director added that it would be extremely wrong to miss participation in the live broadcast, and the cameraman completely agreed with him. Due to a disruption to the planned schedule, which called for filming to begin in 4 hours, the set was filled with noise and chaos, forcing the actors and camera operators to work at an accelerated pace. Fong Ning was pleased that the filming would be done by such professionals, and believed that his investment had been very successful, and if the broadcast was successful, he would make a good profit. The director, feigning politeness, approached Fong Ning to discuss work matters. But Fong Ning announced he was taking a short break before the broadcast and thought that even if the legend turned out to be untrue, this terrifying place would still attract many viewers, so the director dropped the matter and continued preparations. There were 10 minutes left before filming began, but the actress still hadn't shown up, causing serious concern among everyone on the set. The operator said he had called her an hour ago, but she hadn't answered, and the director became even more angry, making it clear that when they returned from the cemetery, everyone would get a kick out of him for their disorganization. Trying to somehow improve the situation, the director offered Fong Ning a role as an actress and, as compensation for their time and efforts, a role in a music video. Fong Ning was very surprised and declined. Then the director's patience ran out. He shouted and forced Fong Ning to change into a prop and read the script, showing that he had no right to make mistakes. The cameraman noticed something strange deep in the forest and asked them to hold off filming until they figured out what was bothering him. A female figure in a red and black dress fluttered through the forest thicket, and bloody black crows flew around her. The film crew decided that the actress had finally appeared in disguise, and Fong Ning would not have to play her role. The strange creature approached the inhabitants of the night forest with its light, ghostly gait, and the feathers of its avian companions fluttered in the air. The cameraman couldn't figure out how the actress was able to change clothes so quickly, and even the dress looked much more expensive than the one they took as a prop. There was no time to wait and clarify details, and if everything was already assembled, then it was finally time to start the broadcast. The director confirmed his full readiness to begin filming, but there was little time left before the broadcast, so it was necessary to begin work immediately. Fong Ning was glad that everything had settled down and they would be able to film this video, so he prepared for the start in full combat readiness. The guy was full of energy and self-confidence. Without hesitation, he announced the start of filming and headed to the set himself. A group of cameramen, led by the director, launched their professional cameras and spotlights and began filming what was about to happen. Fong Ning went live and was immediately subjected to a barrage of both positive and negative comments. He began to tell the legend about the princess's grave and about the increasing number of complaints about paranormal activity in this cemetery, which he had come to investigate. The guy really liked how people visited the channel, and he already imagined how much money he could make from it. And with this in mind, he decided to continue live broadcasts. He slowly approached the princess's grave, not anticipating anything bad, and those gathered supported him with their comments and shared their impressions of the place. Fong Ning continued to tell the story of how the princess's spirit appears once a year, and it is on this day that one can see her wandering soul, eager to share its images and problems. At that moment, a strong frosty wind blew, the force of which frightened everyone present at the scene and was definitely not included in the script. Strange things began to happen near the grave, and eyewitnesses, frightened by the mysticism of what was happening, unanimously began to call on Fong Ning to immediately leave this place. In turn, Fong Ning turned to the film crew and gestured that everything was going as planned and interesting content was being created. On the slope, he saw an actress in disguise and began to think over the further plan of action according to the scenario. And the meeting with the princess was supposed to be the culmination of this conspiracy. At that moment, a worried cameraman approached the director, but he waved him off, rudely replying that he didn't have time for empty talk. The director was thinking only about the popularity this broadcast would gain and the current viewing ratings, calculating his future income. According to the agreement, he was to receive 10% of the income and thought only about wealth and fame, without paying attention to the nuances during filming. The cameraman made another attempt to talk to the director, but the director's tone became even more aggressive, and he shouted at him to leave and not interfere if his salary was important to him. The director took his right hand and said that according to the script, Fong Ning should approach the actress for the final scene, and she, in turn, would follow the plot. One of the cameramen mentally noted that there weren't enough of them to make using a walkie-talkie practical, and he noticed from the actress's behavior that she didn't have headphones, so she wouldn't hear any instructions from the director. The wind picked up even more and almost knocked everyone off their feet, making it difficult to continue the live broadcast. The operator, frankly speaking, did not like this change in the weather, and he felt a ghostly energy emanating from here, which frightened him more and more with each passing second. He pointed his finger at the slope and said with horror that the actress had disappeared like a ghost and that this was clearly not a planned event. The furious director stated that this is how it should be according to the new script that the actress received yesterday, and she is simply getting ready to leave. After receiving a kick, the cameraman stepped aside, and the director radioed Fong Ning that the actress would appear soon, as prescribed by the plot. Fong Ning, hearing the director's instructions, headed towards the slope where the climax of the live broadcast with the participation of the princess's spirit was to take place. He paused for a second and, turning to the film crew, said that he had been a little frightened by the gust of wind, and that if he had not previously believed in the power of the gods, he was now ready to change his mind. The boy still doubted whether the ghost princess would appear or not, but he did not lose hope until the very end. As Fong Ning approached the slope, the onlookers were already seriously worried about the strange wind and were worried about his safety and well-being, assuring him not to approach the grave. In a last attempt, the cameraman ran to the director again, begging him to listen to him, as the information was very important and could change the course of events. The director, still in a rage, eccentrically scolded the cameraman to finally leave him alone, because, frankly, he was fed up with his intrusive presence. Unable to bear such cruel treatment, the cameraman held the phone up to the director's nose and said that he had contacted the actress, to which she replied that she had overslept the filming and apologized. Shocked by this information, the operator's expression changed, and he asked rhetorically in fear, "Is this true?" Although he openly hoped that it was not so and believed it to the very end. Having finally realized the horror of the situation, he cast aside thoughts about who would be on the slope if the actress did not come, and terrible thoughts crept into his head. He asked the same question again, hoping that someone would answer him, while Fong Ning walked too close to the slope and stopped hearing their conversation. There was something cold and mystical in the air again, and Fong Ning did not stop until he reached the foot of the slope where the unknown figure stood. The mysterious figure of the blonde towered over him, her red, hellish eyes flashing, awaiting his next move and noticing his magical beauty. Fong Ning was very scared and, trying to get back, she tripped and fell, but the filming did not end there, and with trembling hands the cameraman continued to film this paranormal phenomenon. Although the guy still thought that it was just an actress and reassured himself that she really got into character, and, not knowing the truth about the fictional legend, he would have thought that it was really the spirit of the princess. Numb with fear, he, as the script predicted, asked the girl who she was, but the horror and anxiety became increasingly reflected on his face. In a panic, the director tugged at the cameraman's chest, trying to get him to give some kind of answer to the question of who this girl was if the actress wasn't there. But he couldn't answer anything. Everyone was very afraid that the legend might turn out to be true, and they would actually see the ghost of the dead princess, and not a fake actress. The cameraman held the camera with trembling hands, but noticing something strange, he reported with horror that something was wrong with the girl's legs. He brought the tablet to his colleagues to show them what he saw and to understand whether he was wrong and whether he really saw it. Having convinced themselves of the truth of all this, they became even more frightened, realizing that in front of them was not a person, but something otherworldly. Pushing off from the ground, the girl hung in the air as if she had wings, and the audience admired the actress's professional work, not believing that this could be a real ghost. The director gradually began to understand that they were about to meet a real ghost, and the legend would turn out to be true at their own peril and risk. They looked at the girl's figure, still amazed that the spirit of the princess could actually appear to them, and that this was not a joke. Everyone present took turns trying to find some kind of argument to explain what was happening and put forward theories about ghosts, including the impossibility of seeing them through the lens and the possibility that it could be an alien. The ghost began to approach Fong Ning, and he became even more frightened, warning him not to come closer, trying to find out who she was. As the ghost approached, the wind grew stronger and turned into a hurricane, causing even more fear and trembling. Fong Ning shouted for the girl to stop, afraid of what she might be capable of. He felt that the director approached the plot very responsibly and professionally, and everything looked surprisingly realistic, right down to the ants. Fong Ning, looking at the girl, was surprised by how carefully and meticulously her look had been chosen, from her high-quality suit to her silky, silver hair. He knew he could make a good profit from such content. Having become somewhat accustomed to the surroundings, Fong Ning began as part of the performance and, resisting the wind, leaned forward to meet the ghost. The man pointed the flashlight at the ghost, declaring that ghost would no longer surprise him and that he was not afraid of her at all. Having successfully performed her role, Fong Ning returned to the camera with a happy expression, showing that everything was going according to plan, but the audience was already beginning to doubt that they were seeing just an actress and not a real ghost. The film crew, who had already realized the truth of the legend, stood frozen in horror at how easily and calmly Fong Ning acted, continuing to follow the script, completely unaware that the situation had gotten out of control. The image of the girl became even more frightening, and the audience went crazy from the supernatural energy present there, which inspired fear even through the screen. The ghost stretched out its pale hands with sharp, long claws, trying to reach Fong Ning. The director yelled at him over the radio to stop the live broadcast immediately and come back to them, because it was most likely a real ghost. At this moment, the operator reported some kind of communication failure caused by strange electromagnetic activity, and now they cannot contact Fong Ning. The operator added that they had better leave here as quickly as possible before it was too late, since it was unclear what the consequences of their stay in this mystical forest might be. The atmosphere grew tense, and a terrible wind rose as Fong Ning made her way to the top of the slope where the ghost princess was still located, and the cameraman tried to continue filming. It became increasingly difficult to resist the ghostly girl's magical pressure, and the film crew found themselves surrounded on all sides by her powerful force. They were in despair and hopelessness and fell on their knees, begging the ghost for forgiveness and mercy so that she would not kill them. When Fong Ning got too close, the ghost grabbed him by the throat with its bony hand, and it seemed like his death had arrived at that moment. Her strength and power were incredible, and she lifted Fong Ning up from the ground by his throat as if he weighed nothing to her. It seemed to him that he was lying on his deathbed, and her image was slowly imprinted in his eyes as the last thing he would see before death. And at that moment the scarf flew off the girl's head, fluttering in a gust of wind and revealing her gray hair. Opening her face, the girl turned out to be amazingly beautiful, with sad eyes and thick, beautiful hair that fluttered in the wind and formed silvery waves, as if floating in the air. Fong Ning was blinded by her beauty, and all her feelings merged into one mad desire, to contemplate this ideal image for the rest of her life. Viewers who were still watching the live broadcast were also not indifferent to the girl's dazzling beauty and left hundreds of comments praising her extraordinary beauty. Fong Ning realized that things were not going according to plan and wondered where this girl had such incredible strength from, because under her influence he could no longer breathe normally and felt like he was suffocating. Holding the guy by the throat, they began to rise higher and higher above the ground, and the spectators did not understand how this was happening without auxiliary cables or fastenings, still not fully realizing that the situation had gone beyond the expected scenario. Fong Ning realized that this was no longer a joke, and the girl was really trying to kill him, and he was less and less able to allow himself to breathe even a little air. The film crew continued to kneel, begging for the right to life and the opportunity to get out of here. Realizing that their requests were leading to nothing, they began to despair, mentally expecting death. The frightened operator screamed, demanding that the director do something, but he despaired and declared his helplessness in the current situation. A tear of despair appeared on Fong Ning's face, and he realized that very soon everything would come to an end and he would die at the hands of this charming, yet terrifying girl. Fong Ning felt dizzy and felt like he was losing consciousness due to lack of oxygen. Everything seemed to be in a fog, and he fell into an abyss, which represented the fading haze of his subconscious. A blinding light pierced his body, foreshadowing an imminent death, for which he was completely unprepared, being so young. And then he realized that his time had not yet come, and the light of life that could give hope for salvation lit up his eyes again. He gathered his last strength into a fist and told the girl that she had no right to interrupt such an important broadcast for him, and he would not allow it. Fong Ning grabbed the girl's hand with all his might, and she froze in surprise, looking straight into his eyes. After this, the ghost let go of the guy, and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath, while she continued to tower over him in the air. He couldn't catch his breath for a long time, and his throat hurt from the intense pressure, so he continued to sit on the ground, waiting for his breathing to recover. He was feeling unwell and thought he was finished, given the disastrous shoot that threatened his career. He angrily approached the girl, complaining about her behavior and that his death should not be part of the show, and that she was behaving unprofessionally. Fong Ning pulled himself together and took a deep breath, trying to convince himself that he was on live television and everything had to go perfectly so that his efforts wouldn't go to waste. Looking at the girl, he said that he did not expect to see in this decision the real ghost of the late princess. As the shocked cameraman continued filming, Fong Ning returned to his character and began his line by saying that he had felt lonely for a long time, and if he was destined to die before he died, he would like to do something he had never dared to do before. Addressing the audience, Fong Ning said that the girl's ghost was like a beautiful flower bud, and with his head in his hands, he could not get her image out of his mind. His eyes lit up with a crazy idea, and his appearance made it clear that he had made a definite decision for himself. With undisguised confidence, he went to meet the princess, realizing that no one expected this of him, which would only further interest the public. Stopping in front of her, he dropped to one knee and addressed the princess with incredible tenderness. Fong Ning told her to leave behind her 1,000-year-long loneliness for him and reached for something in his pocket. He took out a red box containing a ring sparkling with precious stones and proposed to the princess. He asked her quite seriously if she would agree to become his wife, and from his confident look, it was clear that the answer could only be positive. Everyone present at the scene was shocked by this turn of events and stood with their mouths open in amazement. The audience was no less shocked by this and decided that the guy was crazy if he wanted to marry a ghost. Fong Ning only thought about his popularity, and this gesture was perfect for the climax of the video, so he didn't think about the consequences. The princess was puzzled by this proposal and asked again if he really wanted her to marry him. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was extremely angry at Fong Ning, probably preparing to deal with him cruelly. The wind picked up momentarily, and she flew towards him and grabbed the hand in which he held the wedding ring. Fong Ning didn't understand what was going on because, according to the script, the princess was supposed to immediately run away after his confession, and that would be the end of it. The princess walked up to him and looked into his eyes so that there was almost no space between them, and you could feel her breath on his face. The princess, without taking her eyes off each other, held Fong Ning's hand, and together they rose from the ground. The princess looked closely at the gem in the ring and asked the boy if he had really come here to take it. Fong Ning didn't understand what was going on because he was still trying to follow the script, and there was actually no talk of a wedding. The princess was outraged that she had to wait for him for so long and be alone for 1,000 years, so she flew into a rage, accompanied by a violent storm. The storm intensified, and the princess focused her gaze on the boy, waiting for an answer to her question. At this moment, Fong Ning thought that the director must have used some kind of cutting-edge special effects that could reproduce such strong gusts of wind. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain this bad weather. The girl, who at first glance seemed very sweet and beautiful to everyone, turned into a real monster with hellish eyes like hot coals and sparkling hatred for the guy who, in her opinion, abandoned her here for many years and completely forgot about her. The crew members were also caught in the magical storm and thrown back with incredible force. Flashes of fire, mixed with gusts of wind, raged all around, and this powerful force, approaching us, spared no one who met it on its way. From underground, not far from where the princess stood, as if from the depths of hell, an even more terrifying creature began to appear. It was a gigantic monster, wearing clothes that glowed with purple flames, with hair sticking out like tongues of flame, and it stood behind the princess, who in the background looked like a simple angel. But at that very moment, the princess began to distort, and her beautiful features turned into red and black spots, like the spots of a hellish demon, filling her pale skin with flames. Under the influence of anomalous phenomena, the connection began to be lost, and the audience could no longer see what was happening. Fong Ning realized that no special effects could have achieved this, and that encountering a real ghost in front of millions of people was not part of his plan, making his death during this encounter even more tragic. Fong Ning knew that he was not yet ready to die so early and without earning a lot of money first, so he did not intend to give up. Still hugging the man, the princess repeated the same phrase with tears in her eyes. He left her, and she did not understand why and for what purpose. Fong Ning fell into the dark abyss again, losing consciousness under the influence of the princess's magic. He woke up from memories of his childhood, when his parents left him with strangers, saying that they would soon return for him, and he needed to be an obedient boy and wait patiently. Of course, no one answered him, and he was reminded every day that no one needed him, and that now all the dirty work for the rest of his life was his responsibility, which greatly traumatized his little lonely soul. Every night, he fell asleep thinking about his parents, and most of all he wanted them to take him home and for him to always obey them in everything, if only they would come. He called them with tears in his eyes and begged them not to leave him in this terrible place. But his pleas were in vain, and he became disillusioned with his own parents, who had condemned him to such a life. The guy looked at the princess with a meaningful look and said that she was the same as he was, abandoned by everyone and needed by no one. He touched her forehead and began to calm her down so that she wouldn't cry, because now she was not alone and he could support her. Taking a diamond ring out of the case, he tenderly took the girl's hand and put it on her finger as a sign that his proposal still stood. Fong Ning hugged the princess tightly, and she felt relief and warmth spreading throughout her body from his gentle touch. Unable to think of anything better to say, he said what she most wanted to hear, namely, that he had come here only to take her away. Her face began to take on its usual shape. The hellish image was replaced by a sweet face, and her eyes stopped spewing hot sparks. But after that, using her magic, she lifted Fong Ning high above her, and he was unable to resist it at all, waiting for her next move. He hit his head on the strong chainmail, blood flowed from his forehead, and real hellish fire and wind raged around him. When he came to, he saw the director and cameraman above him, who considered it a miracle that he had come to after such a strong fall. Not fully understanding what had happened to him, he lay on the ground and listened as everyone took turns commenting on his condition and the miracle by which he had survived. He had a severe headache, and without trying to remember anything, he asked those present what had happened to him that night. Gradually coming to his senses, he asked where the ghost had gone, since he remembered her well and knew that they had seen each other yesterday at the grave. The crew looked at each other, hoping someone remembered, but most likely they didn't. The director said that during a gust of wind, they all lost consciousness, and no one remembers what happened after that. One of the operators wanted to check the camera because it might have recorded what happened after they were turned off, but unfortunately, a gust of wind interrupted the broadcast and the recordings were lost. Memories flashed through Fong Ning's mind. The image of the princess, the ring on her finger, but he couldn't put them together to form a coherent and understandable picture. We didn't torture ourselves for long. The guy stopped trying to remember anything, but he noticed that the princess's grave inspired horror only at night, and during the day it was an ordinary, nothing special place. The director decided to please Fong Ning with some good news. Over the past night, his channel had gained a ton of new subscribers, and his income had exceeded all expectations. He also promised to send a recording of this video to that guy, because it would help him gain more fans, and this made Fong Ning happy. In response, the man stated that the director now had nothing to worry about and would receive his share of the income in accordance with the agreement drawn up, and expressed hope for further cooperation. It was time to leave, because they had spent the whole night in the cemetery, and after a job successfully completed, it would be nice to rest, and everyone agreed with this. The director happily asked his crew if they were ready to go home, and everyone unanimously agreed to the proposal. The cozy yet old-looking residential complex, surrounded by green trees, was bathed in the rays of the morning sun. A taxi pulled up to the house, and Fong Ning got out and hurried home after a very difficult and eventful night. Closing his eyes, he walked tiredly up the stairs of the house and headed towards his apartment. When he got home, he sat down by the door and took the apartment key that was lying under the rug. He opened the door, in the corner of which hung a web that looked like lace, to which the guy reacted with complete indifference. Upon entering, Fong Ning felt the long-awaited atmosphere of coziness and comfort of a home bathed in sunlight. He took his favorite drink out of the refrigerator, enjoyed its taste, and found peace of mind. Having finished his cola, he quickly threw the can into the trash can and, of course, hit the target. After this, he lay down on the bed and tried to sleep. Although the sun was pouring into the entire room, it did not bother him, and fatigue was stronger than the influence of external factors. But his attempts to sleep were futile, and every time after a broadcast, he looked at his channel statistics, and the results made him very happy, because he was finally going to become popular. The comments erupted in chaos over his identity, and the video shot to the top, promising him the recognition and fame he longed for. Lying on the bed, he still couldn't forget the image of the ghost girl and reproached himself for never having found out her name. After sleeping, he still felt tired and was haunted by the thought that the princess might start courting him after he proposed to her. He pushed these thoughts away from himself and wanted to continue living his normal life, convincing himself that the princess's soul was probably tied to her grave and she would not be able to come to him. In search of further arguments, he put forward the theory that she continues to rest in her grave and will be able to appear in the world of the living only next year, on the day of her death. Having calmed down about the princess's soul, he switched to thoughts of his popularity and the promising income from blogging. Fong Ning fell asleep again, completely unperturbed and not anticipating any trouble, but the story did not end there. He slept until late at night, when hundreds of bright stars appeared in the sky, led by the young moon, illuminating the blue sky with its dazzling light. The guy woke up with a strange feeling, as if something was wrong, and, gradually coming to his senses, he realized where he was now. He reached for his phone to check the time and make sure he had actually slept as long as he thought. While trying to feel around for his phone on the bed, he came across some strange fabric that clearly didn't belong in his bedroom. He began to realize that she felt very familiar to the touch, and terrible thoughts began to swirl in his head, which he tried to get rid of. But his greatest fear turned out to be reality, and before his eyes appeared the very princess to whom he had confessed the previous night. In her attire, she looked like an angel, and every step she took left a trail of fragrant flowers as she approached Fong Ning's bed. He felt like a little child again, not understanding what was happening, and he looked at the princess with a questioning look, expecting some kind of explanation. No matter how he tried to explain the situation to himself, he screamed that he was probably still sleeping and this was just a nightmare that was haunting him. In conclusion, he said that he probably thought about a lot, which is why he had such a realistic dream. Holding this opinion, he argued that if it was his dream, then he could control it, and began to convince himself that in fact he was not seeing any ghost. Frightened, he opened one eye to see if his tactic would work, and the ghost of the princess disappeared from his dreams. But she didn't go anywhere and, sitting opposite Fong Ning, watched in surprise as he tried to push her away, although this was not a dream. Fong Ning realized that his words were not helping and exclaimed, "Why doesn't she disappear?" as he mentally wished. The princess continued to look at him, not understanding why he was putting on this show with her expulsion. Driven mad by the presence of the ghost, Fong Ning tore his hair in a futile attempt to wake up from this amazingly realistic dream, attributing it all to excessive fatigue and an inability to cope with his subconscious. Another idea came to him on how to check whether he was sleeping or not, because he had once read that to do this you need to pinch your finger. According to this theory, if a person is sleeping, he will not feel anything, and if not, then everything that is happening in his room is the pure truth. In the pitch darkness of the night, a strange scream echoed throughout the street, coming from Fong Ning's apartment, and apparently it could be heard even a kilometer away. The boy screamed from the wild pain he had caused himself, and the princess, who was sitting next to him, was surprised by his behavior, but in a completely calm tone asked what he was doing. Having tried all the methods, the young man began to understand that this was not a dream after all, and he needed to acknowledge the reality of the situation. He touched the princess to make sure that she was really there, real, and not a figment of his subconscious. The boy was overwhelmed with emotions that he could no longer contain, and, shouting and heading towards the princess, he asked where she came from, scared to the depths of his soul, because in fact she came for him. But the princess took his hands tenderly in hers, so that his heart trembled, and he began to doubt whether she had come to kill him. Looking humbly into his eyes, radiating magical beauty, she said that she came only to see him. Fong Ning had mixed feelings about her words, because they hadn't even gotten to know each other well enough for her to approach him herself. She still held his hand, and in her defense stated that her visit was due to the fact that after his confession, he became her husband. Realizing that the princess did not pose any threat to him, Fong Ning began to think that the princess really wanted to become his bride and did not intend to kill him. But what angered her was that he seemed to have forgotten yesterday's events, and his explanation had no serious consequences, although she had been waiting for it for hundreds of years. Fong Ning was stunned by this information and began to retract her words, hoping that she would understand his true intentions. He only wanted to gain popularity, not get married on live television. But this answer did not satisfy her, and it ignited 1,000-year-old anger within her, which, like a wave, crashed onto Fong Ning, raging like a terrible wind. The boy was seriously afraid of her magical power and how easily she could destroy him. So he began to consider the option of peace negotiations. With feigned politeness, he intervened in the conversation, declaring that he had not forgotten his confession, trying to somehow smooth over the situation. Noticing that their relationship was starting to improve, Fong Ning began to memorize her name without realizing it, even though he didn't actually know it. She told him her name, and he, in turn, pretended that he had simply forgotten it, and upon hearing it, he immediately remembered it. He was ready to carry out any of her instructions, just to save his life, so he did not attach much importance to it. But when he looked closely, he saw again how beautiful she was, but the thought that he had been alone for so long did not leave him while he looked at the ghost. He started a delicate conversation with her about how she could find his house if her grave was far away. She pointed to her feet, showing that he could move without touching the ground using magic. Trying to prove to him her mystical origin, she flew up to him on the wings of a magical wind. As if dissolving into the void, the princess disappeared before the boy's eyes, losing her fragile memory. Fong Ning didn't understand what had happened or where the princess had disappeared to because she was no longer in the room, making everything look even more insane. He looked around his room, hoping that she was somewhere here and that her sudden disappearance could not fail to entail some consequences. But Fong Ning soon realized where she was because her image appeared on his own body, which terrified him. She emerged from his body as if from water, and his horror surpassed all emotions, because he felt her spirit penetrate his body. He was still surprised by her maneuver, and the princess fell to the floor from the unexpected contact with the surface. She tried to understand what had happened to her, and why she had suddenly fallen, because before this incident she had always moved without any problems. Fong Ning could only admire her beauty when he finally realized that she had no hostile intentions towards him. The princess wanted to get to her feet, although it was unlikely that she would succeed the first time after hundreds of years of weightlessness. Her steps were soft and careful, and gradually she began to remember the sensations one experiences when walking on the ground and touching something hard and long forgotten. The first attempt to get to her feet was futile, and the princess fell to the ground with all her might, with Fong Ning watching her. Fong Ning tried to find out the reason for her failure, and suggested that she change her clothes, since, in his opinion, it was extremely inconvenient to move around in such clothes. The princess began to consider his proposal, trying to find meaning in his words about her clothes being uncomfortable for earthly life. Having made her decision, the girl began to use her magical abilities to create a new image that would be better suited to restoring the ability to walk. Fong Ning watched as she carried out the trick she had planned, using her magical abilities to create wind and fire. He was surprised to learn of her supernatural abilities and mockingly suggested that she was capable of using transformation magic. But after all the magical manipulations, the princess found herself completely naked, having taken off her heavy, majestic outfit. Fong Ning was shocked by her appearance and began to insistently ask her to change her clothes, not just take off her clothes. But she didn't understand his reaction and only noticed that his nose started bleeding, although he maintained an innocent appearance. Fong Ning quickly reacted and threw his shirt to the naked girl so that she could at least somehow cover her body from his eyes. He turned away from her so she could get dressed and said that it was most likely a ploy on her part to seduce the young man with her attractive young body. Fong Ning, without taking her eyes off her, asked if she had changed her clothes, to which she received an approving answer. He timidly turned his head in her direction and saw her slender legs, which were not covered by a shirt even up to the middle of her thighs, which looked very attractive. The princess noticed that the skinny guy's clothes fit her very tightly, hugging all the features of her feminine figure. Fong Ning hurried to the hairdresser to button the last button on her shirt, which at least partially covered her charms. Having completed his mission, he again became concerned about his well-being and feared excessive blood loss. The princess was clearly wearing a dress from Fong Ning that was too tight, and the buttons on her chest were almost bursting from the pressure of the bulky fabric. Fong Ning noticed her embarrassment and said that his clothes probably didn't suit her very well, and asked the question that was most pressing to him. Would she now constantly pursue him as a husband? The princess replied without objection that from now on she would only be where her husband was, and if he asked her for anything, she would definitely do it. Fong Ning clutched his head, struggling with the thought that the ghost from the famous legend was actually standing in front of him and was quite realistically having a conversation with him. He came to terms with this idea and began to perceive reality as it was, without trying to justify it with the help of intellectual games. The boy crossed the room decisively, heading somewhere and saying words for the princess to follow him. Fong Ning thought that if she said she would do whatever he asked, then that was true, but no one ruled out the possibility that ghosts were also lying. At the other end of the room was the door that the main characters headed through at Fong Ning's request. The princess was interested in everything that surrounded her, and every detail was a real discovery for her, including the mirror in which she could see her reflection. Fanon began to delicately explain to her the purpose of their presence in this room, but before doing so he asked again whether she would really do everything he asked. The girl unconditionally agreed that she would now do whatever her husband asked. Once he realized this, he began to think about how he could use it in his life. He smiled and told the princess that he wanted to teach her something first, and that was why they were in this room. Of course, the princess did not understand what he was talking about, and sweat appeared on her face from anxiety about what he would say next. Fong Ning took the toothbrush and said that if the princess was now living with him, she must definitely learn to brush her teeth like all ordinary people. He promised to buy her own toothbrush and glass later, but for now he would show her how it was done and describe the step-by-step algorithm for applying toothpaste to the brush. The princess was amazed to watch his actions as he continued to do such mundane and everyday things, accompanying each movement with explanatory text. While Fong Ning was holding the brush in his hands, the princess ran up, grabbed it with her mouth, and decided to try it herself. And that's how it happened, according to him. Fong Ning was puzzled by her gesture, and it turned out to be a very improper act from a personal hygiene standpoint, although the princess didn't understand what she had done wrong. She smiled sweetly, still holding the brush in her mouth. She began to perform the same sequential movements as Fong Ning, waiting for him to confirm whether she was doing it correctly. He simply looked at her not-crazy look and said that it was his brush, and her action was equivalent to an indirect kiss, and she used it immediately after that. The princess swallowed the water from the glass that Fong Ning was holding to rinse her mouth after the toothpaste, and the boy was surprised that she learned everything so quickly and remembered what and how to do the first time. They continued to stand in front of the mirror as the princess looked at her reflection, tirelessly going through her newly mastered morning routine. Fong Ning simply stood there and watched her, still holding her glass of water, waiting for the princess to finish her business. She turned to face him and asked him in a gentle, thin voice if she was doing everything right. Fong Ning found her treatment surprisingly sweet and gentle, especially when she was wearing his clothes, and he liked it. He was glad that she grasped what was shown so quickly, as if she were a small child who needed to be shown everything for the first time. But he also warned her never to pick up his personal brush again, changing his soft tone to a rougher one, which she certainly understood and heeded. He also said that if she still planned to stay with him, she should wait until he bought her a new toothbrush and wash her used toothbrush thoroughly. The princess politely thanked the man for his concern and apologized for any unintentional inconvenience that might have arisen that morning. Fong Ning stroked her hair and told her not to worry because he had forgiven her, but asked why she wanted him to be her husband and why she treated him so well. But the princess could not answer his questions because she did not know him herself, but only remembered that he was supposed to be her husband, but did not know why, because she was simply drawn to him without any obvious reasons. The girl herself was embarrassed by her answer, because all this time she was guided only by emotions and inner feelings that attracted her to Fong Ning. She also added that it seemed like she needed to find something very important, but she didn't know exactly what it was yet. What upset her was that she couldn't remember anything, and it was hard for her to understand what exactly made her want to be by Fong Ning's side. She guessed that it had something to do with her head, otherwise there would be no connection between her attraction to Fong Ning. Putting down his toothbrush, Fong Ning listened to the princess and couldn't believe the magical connection between them. He objected that this was not the best place to discuss such important topics, and asked the princess to return to the room while he went to the toilet. Fong Ning mentally replayed her words in her head, trying to figure out why she couldn't remember what task she needed to complete and what could have caused her memory loss. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation of someone's presence in the room, and this alarmed him greatly, because there should have been no one there except him. He turned around and saw the princess next to him, who was looking into his pants with incredible curiosity while he was satisfying his physiological needs. He felt uneasy about her appearing so shamelessly in front of him in the toilet, and he asked what she was going to do. The princess explained her appearance by saying that she simply came to wait for her husband, and this was completely normal behavior. The guy was embarrassed in front of her and held onto his pants, so she didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, looking at him so attentively and obediently and waiting for him to finish. Fong Ning became angry at the princess for not listening to his request to stay in the room and roughly pushed her out of the bathroom door. He shouted through the locked door for her to wait for him outside and not to violate his personal space, but this deeply offended her. Having finally rested alone, Fong Ning easily completed his toilet duties without needing any outside intervention. He was troubled by hundreds of thoughts about the girl, and he doubted she was truly as defenseless as she seemed. Perhaps, once she achieved her goals, she would reveal her true nature, but first, he needed to think things through carefully before making a decision. Despite all the bad things, he still thought she was nice enough, and he was pleased that she called him her husband. But, on the other hand, he believed that ghosts could not be with people, and he was not ready for such feats and did not want to be the first to agree to live with a ghost. The best solution for him was to simply use every possible means to make her leave him as soon as possible, and everything would return to normal. With this thought in mind, he headed to the room where Princess Jiang was sitting to try to carry out his plan against her. But as soon as he crossed the room, he saw something very strange, which made him squint and freeze for a minute. The princess lay on his bed, holding a book in her hands and carefully examining the pictures, almost to the middle. Fong Ning realized that she had taken out his journal that no one should see, and he became angry at her for taking out his things without permission. He quickly jumped onto the bed to get his magazine, but the princess flew into the air and left the guy empty-handed. The guy furiously asked her where she got this magazine, and how she could have noticed it when he tried to hide it carefully. The princess continued to look at the magazine carefree, hovering in the air at a height inaccessible to Fong Ning, and reported that she found it under the bed. She wondered why all the characters in this magazine were naked, and whether she needed to do the same for him as for his other possible wives from this magazine. Fong Ning's face turned red from the words that she also suggested stripping off and becoming like the women in the book. He tried to snatch the magazine from her hands again, making the excuse that he had come across it by chance, and was simply forced to buy it on the way to the store, but Fong Ning thought that the princess had deliberately found it to embarrass him. She continued to look at the photographs and asked Fan Ning what each one meant, what the people in them were doing, and why. Finally, Fong Ning went out to get the magazine and angrily shouted at the princess that she shouldn't read such things, showing all his anger about what happened. He hid the book in the same place and warned the princess not to take his things without permission again. The princess was not offended by his aggressiveness and angry tone, but simply agreed with everything Fong Ning said, smiling sweetly. Fong Ning calmed down a little and calmly reminded the princess of the conversation they had in the bathroom the previous day. The princess flew so close to him that she was almost at his face, and Fong Ning didn't know what to expect from her next. She openly stared at the bulge in his pants, causing him to blush and become embarrassed, after which he asked her to stop staring. But the princess, driven by curiosity, remembered various intimate photographs from the magazine and tried to check whether the men really had everything as in these pictures. She didn't wait long before she took action, growing closer and closer to Fong Ning, consumed by passion for her new idea. The girl reached her hands towards the fastener on the guy's pants, and he screamed in surprise at the princess's intent, shouting out words of protest. She told him that she was following the instructions in the book and ordered Fong Ning to undress, as shown in the pictures. He didn't understand why she was tearing his clothes off and asked him to stop, ordering him to finally forget about this damned book and leave her alone. But the princess only tried her best to please Fong Ning and said that all this was being done for his sake, and she must fulfill her marital duty. This information came as a shock to him, and he rejected it in every possible way, because they had just met, and such a debt was out of the question. He tried to distract her from his plan, and said that at first he only wanted to talk to her, but in reality he was very afraid that his virginity was at risk and everything could happen so quickly and unexpectedly. But he also understood that if she didn't stop trying to undress him, he wouldn't be able to resist for long, and he wouldn't have a choice. Mixed feelings swirled inside Fong Ning as he looked at the girl sitting carefree on his bed. She looked back at him, and he didn't know how long their silence would last because the atmosphere was already tense enough, and he didn't want to make it last. He realized that starting a conversation at this moment was not the best solution, since it would give rise to even more questions that could not always be answered. Fong Ning continued speaking, focusing on the main problem, and asked the princess what exactly they needed to find. The princess, as if ignoring these words and thinking only about what she saw in the book, realized where exactly she was wrong, that Fong Ning was not paying enough attention to her, because in the book everyone was naked, and a new plan formed in her head. She happily set about implementing her plan and began to give in to the guy, believing that this time she was doing everything right. Fong Ning was shocked by her behavior and the fact that she took up her duties again, although he thought that the topic of marital duty had long been closed, and they moved on to discussing more serious matters. The girl did not pay attention to his reproaches and was completely prepared for what was to happen between them, as between a man and a woman. She approached him with her shirt half unbuttoned and asked if he liked her body, gradually revealing her shoulders. They were too close to each other, and this undisguised tension filled the entire room, which made Fong Ning even more embarrassed. In a rage and irritation, Fong Ning threw the first thing he could get his hands on at the girl, so that she would immediately get dressed and stop this nonsense. It was still dark outside, and only the light from Fong Ning's room could dispel the darkness a little, waiting for the first rays of dawn. Of course, the girl listened to Fong Ning and began to undress while he stood with his back to her, trying not to see images of his naked body. He turned his head slightly to ask if she had done it, and repeated it again so that she would finally forget about that ill-fated book. Fong Ning's clothes were too big for the girl's fragile body, but it was still better than anything else, and she did not argue, but only agreed not to talk about the pictures in the book anymore. Fong Ning suggested why the princess couldn't create new clothes for herself using magic, but she replied that she couldn't create things out of nothing. She inhaled the scent of the blouse Fong Ning had given her and tenderly said that it was her husband's scent and there couldn't be a better garment for it. Fong Ning became even more angry and shouted back at her to stop sniffing his clothes because he didn't like it. The princess interrupted him sadly, and he continued to count all the facts and added that, after all, the ghost could have been captured by the camera lens. Trying to test the plausibility of this theory, Fong Ning asked Jiang Li if it was really a ghost. The girl looked at him with surprise, as if he had gone crazy if he believed that she was some kind of ghost. She refuted his ridiculous story about ghosts on her face, and he was confused, not knowing what to think next, but curiosity got the better of him, and he asked who she really was. Fong Ning didn't receive an answer because the princess stood silently and looked at him, as if she was hiding something very important or very terrible. Now he was tormented by thoughts about what the girl's soul had become and who she had become, although his main task was to get rid of her as quickly as possible, regardless of where she came from. He thought that if he helped her find the lost thing, she would calm down and leave him, so he started asking for details to better understand what was going on. The princess said that she didn't remember what exactly she had lost, but now she was more worried about the feeling of hunger, which she told Fong Ning about. He still held to the theory that the girl was a ghost, and to his surprise he found that she was hungry, but told her to follow him into the kitchen. Fong Ning's refrigerator was almost empty, and offering his guest something was more difficult than he thought. Looking around the empty shelves of the refrigerator and holding the girl by the sleeve, he wondered if ghosts could even eat human food. There was a single piece of gingerbread lying in a separate corner, and with no other choice, Fong Ning handed it to the girl, saying that this was the only thing that required patience. The princess took the gingerbread in her hands and began to touch and examine it, as if she had seen something like this for the first time in her life. Suffering from hunger, she was forced to taste it, although she had never tasted anything like it before. After taking a small bite, the girl returned the gingerbread to Fong Ning, saying that it was clearly not enough for her. Fong Ning was stunned by this information and began to think about what she should eat to restore her strength if human food was not suitable for her. He calmly asked her about her taste preferences, fearing that she was feeding on human energy and that he would become her next victim. She remained silent in response to his question and simply headed towards the open window in the room, as if looking for an answer there. Looking out the window, she told Fong Ning that she had smelled a pleasant aroma near the house, but he did not understand what exactly she was talking about or what she thought was delicious. To see for himself, the boy looked out the window, surveying the surroundings in the hope of seeing what the princess had spoken of. At that moment, she came up to him from behind and put her magical hands on his shoulders, and the guy felt that this was not a good sign. She hugged him tightly, and they flew out the window, a second later finding themselves above the night city like weightless winged birds. But Fong Ning didn't look at the scenery and was terribly frightened. He touched the princess, and he himself began to shine with a magical light, just like her, and he still could not understand what was happening to him and where they were flying. Fong Ning tried to call out to the girl and find out where she was taking him, but it felt like he was being kidnapped, and he didn't even have time to put on his shoes. They rose high above the ground, and against the dark background of the night sky, their flight resembled the trail of a burning comet. Fong Ning still had his shoes on, but he thought that perhaps this way he could get the princess to take him back to his apartment. This spontaneous escape did not go unnoticed by the boy, and he vomited under the first tree he came across. After resting a little, he asked the girl where they had flown to, since he had no idea where they were. But after examining the area on his own, he was overcome with panic because of this eerie and suspicious place. He could only silently follow the girl, who probably knew what she was doing and why, but a chill ran down the guy's spine again, and he felt uneasy in this place. They approached a nearby building that looked like a university or a school, albeit in an abandoned state. Seeing the sign with the name of this school, Fong Ning couldn't remember where exactly he had heard about this elementary school, although he was sure that he had known something about it before. The courtyard of this school looked like a dump of broken and unnecessary things that were simply lying on the ground like scrap metal. Fong Ning decided to look at his location on his phone to at least somehow get his bearings and understand where he was. This place turned out to be very familiar to this guy, because he heard about this village on the news, and now he too will know where it is. What alarmed him was that, although this place was only a few kilometers from his home, he had never seen anyone there before. He heard a story that there were plans to build an amusement park here at one time, so the land was bought and the residents were forced to leave their homes. But during construction, paranormal phenomena began to occur, and subsequently all the builders were found dead, after which the place turned into an abandoned landfill. Remembering this terrible story, Fong Ning felt uneasy and carefully asked Jiang Li why they came here. She happily replied that there was something delicious inside this building, and the guy was even more surprised at what it could be. Fong Ning felt that this place was emitting an energy similar to her own, and thought that she probably wanted to enjoy communicating with some evil spirits. He tried to refuse to go with her to that horrible place and wanted to wait for her outside, but she rejected the idea, arguing that she could not go far from her husband. She came up to him and, touching his shoulder, asked him to leave with her so that they would not become separated from each other. But she didn't really need his consent because she was pushing him hard towards the door, and then he realized she wasn't going to back down, so he had no choice. Jiang Li put her arm around his shoulders in anticipation of the delicious dinner she planned to share with her new chosen one. Fong Ning continued searching for information on his phone and found several articles about the disappearance of school children in this village. The first case was the disappearance of 6th grader Lien Xiang, whose parents immediately turned to law enforcement for help. The rescue team searched the school and all surrounding areas, but found no trace of the girl, as if she had simply disappeared. However, a month later, the girl's mutilated body was found in the middle of a school building corridor, which frightened both children and teachers. An investigation was launched at the crime scene, and an autopsy revealed that the girl had died no earlier than a month earlier, but no traces were found to indicate the cause of the body's disappearance. Sometime later, another incident occurred. The elementary school principal was found hanged in his own office. After this, supernatural phenomena began to occur more frequently, and the school had to be closed, blocking the road to it. Fong Ning, having analyzed these terrible events, came to the unequivocal conclusion that nothing good should be expected from this place, assessing their supernatural nature. The guy tried to explain to the girl that something terrible had settled in this place, but she did not react to his words in any way, exclaiming only that it was very tasty. They continued walking towards the entrance, and Fong Ning openly expressed her dissatisfaction with the idea, suggesting that they go back, as if she could actually listen to him. At his request, she stared at him with irritation, not allowing any objections, and the guy tried to turn the whole thing into a joke, as if he didn't want to leave there at all. Fong Ning thought that he shouldn't completely trust her, even though she looked stronger than anyone he had seen before. Gathering all his willpower, he opened the school door with all his might, trying not to show how scared he really was. The lonely corridor was covered with cobwebs that filled every free corner of this abandoned building. The owners of this dump were mice and rats, which, when uninvited guests appeared, ran away into their holes. Our heroes walked down the corridor by the light of Fong Ning's phone flashlight, searching for an unusual treat for Jiangli. Finally, the girl sensed something and ordered her to go up the stairs, which the guy liked even more. But, without arguing with the girl, he silently began to climb the stairs, because there was no point in resisting. And so they reached their goal and found themselves on the top floor of the school, where signs with the names of the rooms were installed, making it easy to navigate. As you walked down the corridor, at the very end you could see a sign informing you about the owner of this office. At that moment, Fong Ning realized that this was exactly where they were heading, and this was after he told the terrible story of the director's suicide in this office. He was absolutely right about Jiang Li's intentions, and they were indeed heading to the infamous suicide room. Jiang Li was the first to rush into the office in search of something tasty, followed by Fong Ning, lighting her way with a flashlight. The guy carefully observed what Jiang Li liked about this particular office and was surprised by her choice. The girl stopped in front of the table and stared at one of the items lying on it, which surpassed everything Fong Ning could imagine. He picked up the very comb that Jiang Li had chosen and examined it carefully, trying to figure out what could possibly be delicious about it. It felt surprisingly cold to the touch and smelled of something strange and mysterious, although it looked like an ordinary hairbrush. At that moment, the girl snatched the comb from Fong Ning's hands, looked at him with genuine appetite, and licked her lips. Then real magic happened, because the girl secretly began to extract all of the unearthly energy from the comb. After completing this ritual, she spat the unsuitable item back into Fong Ning's hands, having received everything she wanted from her. Her face clearly showed the pleasure of such a delicious snack, enveloped in magical energy. She kept saying how much she liked it, but Fong Ning couldn't figure out how exactly she satisfied her hunger, so she asked her about it. The comb that Fong Ning was still holding in his hands no longer smelled as cold as the day before, and the girl said that she had absorbed the soul power hidden within this comb. Fong Ning was incredibly surprised by her words and continued to happily chirp that she was no longer bothered by the feeling of hunger. The boy still thought that Jiang Li had absorbed the comb's soul power and assumed that there must be some kind of mystical evil in this school, but his thoughts were interrupted. The girl turned to him and said that she felt the presence of something else tasty, but she didn't yet know where exactly it was. He said he agreed to look for this delicacy with him, and they headed towards the exit of the office. He was a little scared to be here, especially after reading all those scary stories, but he and Jiangli went a search. He came up with the idea of filming the search for paranormal phenomena and using this situation for his own purposes. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided on how to organize all this and was pleased with his ingenuity. He suggested making money off the fact that they were here now and recording a video about the presence of mystical phenomena in this school. For Jiangli, the concept of making money was new and unclear, so she waited for Fong Ning to explain his plan in more detail. He turned to the creature and asked if she could detect other soul powers, to which she replied that she could only detect them approximately. But it was more than enough to bring his ideas for Fong Ning's videos to life, and he was overjoyed to have the opportunity to improve his content. The idea lit up his eyes, and he was prematurely delighted that his video would hit the top and cause a strong reaction from viewers. He first explained to Jiangli how to properly use the phone and shoot videos so that he could speak freely on camera. She quickly absorbed all the necessary information and began to follow Fong Ning's instructions, holding the phone in her hands for the first time. But she didn't have to hold the phone for long, as she had the ability to levitate and easily lifted it into the air without any interference. Encouraging the girl, Fong Ning said that while she was filming him on her phone, they would look for new gifts for her. Of course she agreed, because that was the only thing that interested her, and she was as happy as a child at the opportunity to eat delicious food. He was proud of how skillfully he used her abilities, because the flying wife with superpowers was probably her best operator. Fong Ning could already imagine the popularity he would gain, beating all his competitors and basking in the glory. He was absolutely delighted with this perfectly thought-out plan, and what attracted him most was the possibility of making a lot of money from it. The guy kept giving Jiangli instructions to make sure everything went perfectly, but all that mattered to her was finding the right things, so she agreed to everything. Another of his comments was that under no circumstances should he turn off the camera or stop filming, no matter what happened. The long-awaited filming began, and Fong Ning appeared in the frame, ready for new discoveries in a place forgotten by everyone. In his usual manner, he greeted the audience and announced the beginning of a new story dedicated to the paranormal phenomena they had missed so much. He continued to tell where he had taken him this time, describing the eerie atmosphere of the abandoned classrooms. I remember the recent broadcast from the princess's grave and how he managed to uncover her true existence, and that this was not his last trip to forgotten places, because today they were in one of them. The guy briefly told the history of this place from its foundation and construction to the disappearance of the girl, which marked the beginning of the strange legend of Haiyuan Village. Since then, the area has been plagued by fatal accidents until 3 years ago, when the school was demolished and the villagers were relocated. Could these mysterious events be just a coincidence? And who is behind these horrific murders if it is not the work of ghosts? Fong Ning continued. Today I will try to understand this terrible story and personally verify the involvement of ghosts in the disappearances of people, and now I am in the office of the former director, where I will begin my investigation. The comb lying on the table began to move on its own, emitting a strange, ominous energy from the other world. For Jiangli, this was a sign of the presence of something very delicious, and she immediately felt some kind of active force. She tried not to think about food because she was responsible for filming the video, and it was more important to her not to let her husband down. The girl clenched her teeth, reassuring herself that after the shooting she would be able to eat in peace, that the situation was not critical, and therefore she could be patient. Fong Ning continued to talk about the director's suicide and the strange woman's wooden comb found on his desk. He enjoyed being a ghost hunter so much that he didn't notice anything strange around him. But at that moment something alarmed him, and he held his breath and listened to what was happening behind him. He turned to face the table and couldn't believe his eyes, wondering what was going on this time. The comb he had left on the table began to spin like a whirlwind, emitting red energy that did not bode well. He assumed that Jiangli could use her spiritual power to help him with the special effects, but he didn't ask her about it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pale gray hand with long, feminine claws appeared and tightly grabbed Fong Ning's hand. Pushing away the worst thoughts, he still hoped that this was Jiang Li's doing, but looking at her, he realized that this was not the case. If it wasn't his wife doing this, then where did this hand come from? And the main question that bothered him was, whose hand is this? Turning around, he could not hold back his words when he saw a female figure with black, empty eyes, like an abyss, squeezing his hand. Before he could utter a word, he felt the hand of an unknown creature wrap around his neck, preventing him from breathing. The guy realized that in this position he couldn't even write, and it seemed that his body had stopped obeying him. He seemed to be paralyzed, and he thought that this was the natural ability of this monster, but he didn't know what to do next and how to escape from the clutches of the monster if his body didn't function properly. The monster looked at Fong Ning with its dark eyes, as if hypnotizing him with its magical gaze and instilling even more fear in him. In his heart, he wanted Jiang Li to save him more than anything, but she seemed oblivious to how his life was hanging by a thread. As promised, the girl ignored the presence of this mysterious creature and continued filming the video as Fong Ning had asked her to. The oxygen supply was becoming less and less, and Fong Ning could only mentally pray for salvation and hope that Jiang Li would understand that he needed immediate help. He felt himself begin to lose consciousness again from lack of oxygen, and his eyes slowly closed as he approached death. At that moment, the bracelet he always wore on his hand shone with a blinding light, dispelling the darkness in his eyes. Suddenly he felt it. Filled with incredible strength, anger, and confidence, he declared that he would not die here and now. The monster did not expect such resistance from an ordinary boy, but this did not stop him because he was not his first victim, and no one had yet managed to defeat him. But Fong Ning was not as simple as she seemed to this eccentric, and, filled with some unknown energy, she grabbed her to strike. She didn't understand how he managed to touch her, because she knew that mere mortals were not capable of this, which meant that something had gone wrong. He dealt her a powerful magical blow, knocking her off her feet and throwing her to the other end of the office, which caused her to become more furious than she had ever been before. While the enemy was suppressed for a moment, Fong Ning sat down to catch his breath and breathe in some fresh air after the recent suffocation. When he came to his senses, he realized that he had struck the monster not with his own strength, but with a strange, unknown power, and he began to wonder where it came from. He looked at the place where the ugly girl was sitting and saw despair and sadness in her, and then she asked why he was doing this to her, and for what purpose. Fong Ning's blow was so powerful that it left cracks on the floor where the unknown monster sat and begged for mercy. But her words were a trap, designed to awaken the humanity in this boy, and, taking advantage of his weakness, she brought down a new wave of hatred on him. It was as if some alien voice in his head had given him the order to dodge the blow, but it was definitely not his conscious decision. But, willy-nilly, he turned off the path and avoided the crushing blow of the hideous ghost in a bloody dress who was trying to kill him. The emotions inside the guy were simply off the charts, and he felt incredible strength and flexibility that he had never experienced before. Having successfully parried the monster's attack, he taunted her, proud of his superiority in feinting maneuvers. The phantom assassin realized that the forces were unequal and tried to quietly slip away from the one who could touch him and destroy him. But her attempt was in vain, because at the door she came across a magical barrier that prevented her from leaving the office. The same voice in Fong Ning's head spoke again and told him to practice destroying supernatural creatures and deal with this monster first. He realized that he was hearing Jiang Li's voice, and it was she who gave him the strength to fight the monster. Now that everything was in place, Fong Ning was glad that thanks to Jiang Li's strength, he could fight the paranormal creatures on equal terms, and the real show began. He soared upward to attack the mystical beast again, but this time she dodged and remained unharmed. She realized that something was wrong here and his power was too unreal for an ordinary person, so she didn't want to risk her life and tried to escape again. But Fong Ning didn't want to let her go so easily, and wanted to make this video even cooler. He grabbed the ghost's hand to continue the fight. Fong Ning threw the monster back with all his might, so much so that it almost broke through the office wall with its body. He pinned her against the wall and pointedly stated that after her attack, he was able to fight back, so there was no point in running away from him. Realizing that she couldn't overcome him with physical force, she decided to take a different approach, using tactics more typical of a woman. They were the first to use the most seductive feminine charms, capable of attracting anyone, even an indifferent man. Fong Ning was surprised by this change in her behavior, and for a moment he disconnected from reality, forgetting what he wanted to do next. Suddenly, from the evil, ugly ghost with dark eyes the color of darkness, a surprisingly sweet and beautiful girl appeared, who did not seem to pose any threat. Trying to seduce the guy, the girl moved closer to his face so that his hand was on her waist, and her breasts were pressed tightly against his chest. Further closing the distance between them, the girl approached and quietly whispered in his ear for him to let her go. She turned to him kindly and offered to let her go, and in return promised to fulfill all his requests. The girl playfully tickled his ear, smiling in the hope that her feminine charm would work and he would let her go. Fong Ning almost fainted at the sight of her and melted at the display of tenderness from such a seemingly terrifying creature. His thoughts were interrupted by someone's obsessive sobbing, which disturbed his peace of mind and harmony next to the girl. Jiang Li's voice in his head, warning him about his inappropriate behavior toward his wife who lived next door, brought him back to reality. Realizing his mistake, Fong Ning distanced himself from the girl who was complaining about how she could act so shamelessly without any embarrassment. The girl was frightened by his scream and did not understand why he was treating her so aggressively, although she spoke quite affectionately. He commented on his behavior, not with the desire to impress upon this impudent girl that she could subdue his iron will by such absurd methods. Fong Ning was glad that he was able to respond to Jiang Li's comments so promptly. Otherwise, he would have been facing retribution today instead of monsters. The ghost girl's next step was to use tears as a means of manipulation, and she said that she did not wish the boy any harm and did not plan to hurt him. She used her magic on him so that he lost the power of speech and could only stand before her, invulnerable. Feeling that she was misleading him, he came to his senses, but a strange feeling of dissatisfaction still remained in his body. Trying to grab the ghost's hand again, this time he failed and the hand flew through him and into the smoke. It was just a show game, and the ghost got what it wanted in the form of Fong Ning's soul power, once again revealing its true nature. Now, unlike the weakened Fong Ning, her strength had doubled, and she hit him with all her might, not hiding her anger. Fong Ning was unable to cope with such force and flew across the entire room on the floor, only finally managing to stay on his feet. The ghost was already celebrating her victory, seething with rage in the dark, magical forces of her nature that surrounded her on all sides, creating a mystical hurricane. Having seized Fong Ning's soul power, the ghost mockingly thanked him for the delicious dinner that doubled her strength. Realizing his superiority over him, the ghost swung again with satisfaction to strike, realizing that he was unable to fight back. With her sharp claws, she struck every accessible part of the man's body, cutting his shoulders and knees until they bled. Her dark gaze was directed into nowhere, and bloody spots covered her entire body and face, turning her into a disfigured piece of meat. She couldn't stop until she finished the job and the guy was reduced to ashes, so she screamed with a new wave of hatred, sending a wave of magical, destructive power towards him. Her disfigured face rejoiced at the fact that she had become stronger and could easily destroy her opponent, and her eyes resembled two endless black abysses. She didn't stop, striking the already beaten guy with blow after blow, getting incredible pleasure from it. However, the next blow was less effective, and she stared at what was happening in surprise, no longer expecting resistance from the almost defeated enemy. But with Jiang Li's support, new forces arrived for Fong Ning, and he was able to deal the finishing blow to the ghost, declaring that it was now his turn to attack. This turn of events did not suit the monster at all, and it was not going to give up, preparing for a new clash of its forces. But Fong Ning's attack was unexpected. He mocked her, inciting her to kill him as she wanted, because that was the only thing she knew how to do. The freak was shocked that the guy hit him in the face so harshly, and, turning even darker, growled that he shouldn't have done that. But Fong Ning was adamant, pointing to the numerous wounds from her claws and saying that this blow was only a small part of what she deserved. Without hesitation, he decided to deal with the monster once and for all, slammed her head against the table, and declared that his mission was to defeat monsters like her and restore justice. All these terrible events were recorded on Fong Ning's phone camera, which Jiang Li did not let go of, just as that guy asked. Jiang Li successfully completed her part of the job and made every effort to prevent the reprisal against the otherworldly creature, proud of her husband. Unable to withstand the oncoming hunger any longer, Jiang Li began to suck out the soul force of the powerful creature that Fong Ning was fighting. She had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and, having enjoyed the delicious power, was delighted with the pleasant feeling of satiety. Having lost her strength, the ugly woman no longer posed a threat, and Fong Ning began to ask who she was and why she was harming innocent people. With a pitiful expression on her face, the ghost looked at the guy as if a minute ago it was not she who wanted to kill him and did not understand what they were talking about. Fong Ning waved her hand, trying to beat the truth out of the evil creature who was trying to win his trust again, but at that moment she burst into tears, and the guy became embarrassed, as if he himself had organized this massacre and mocked an innocent girl. She fell on her knees and, sobbing, asked why he treated her so badly and why he wanted to hit her. When Jiang Li took away the soul power from the freak, she began to change her data in front of Fong Ning, which shocked him. Instead of an evil, otherworldly creature, the same girl Lien Xiang, who had disappeared 10 years ago, appeared before him and, sincerely crying, asked how he knew her name. Fong Ning couldn't believe his eyes that he saw this girl alive, but she didn't know who she was talking to, so she politely asked who her interlocutor was. The boy knew that if he found out more information about the old events at this school, his video would definitely become popular, so he immediately moved on to questions about how the girl died and why she attacked him. Without waiting for an answer, he asked again if there were other ghosts in this school besides her, but from her words it was clear that she was very puzzled and did not know what to answer. With tears in her eyes, the girl screamed that she was being forced to do this and that she did not want to hurt anyone, and Fong Ning asked who exactly was doing this to her and whether he was involved in her death. The boy remembered himself at her age and how he had to endure daily torture from his guardians, unable to resist fate. These thoughts awakened long-forgotten anger towards those who had no right to abuse defenseless children like him and Lien Xiang, and who should be held accountable for it. Fong Ning hugged the frightened girl and assured her that he would help her if she told who forced her to kill and who killed her. The girl had long since given up hope of being saved, so she reluctantly asked the guy if he would really help her, and received an approving answer. Having calmed down a little, the girl decides to tell her saviors everything in the hope that her suffering will finally end. However, their conversation was interrupted by a strange magical phenomenon that picked the girl up from the ground and threw her away from Fong Ning. She was being sucked into an unknown, dark, warm area, and Fong Ning wanted nothing more than to save her from there and reached out his hand to grab her. The girl screamed in horror, not wanting to return to the 10-year darkness, and stretched out her hands to Fong Ning as if it were the last thread of her life. The darkness greedily swallowed her, leaving no chance, and she lost hope of salvation, but she continued to hope that Fong Ning would save her. But it was already too late, and before Fong Ning's eyes, the girl disappeared into the dark, otherworldly force that came after her. Fong Ning had never seen such an amazing monster before and was terrified by what happened to this girl. The monster showed its devilish retribution with its red hellish eyes and was clearly displeased that someone had encroached on what belonged to it. Without a second's hesitation, he wished this guy only a painful death for the insolence shown towards him personally and his things. Fong Ning knew that it would be difficult for him to deal with such a monster, but he did not want to retreat and was ready to fight for Lien Xiang's life. At this moment, Fong Ning's obedient wife came to his defense unable to stand aside when he was in danger. Using the power of her magic, Zhongli created a powerful shockwave and dealt a crushing blow to the monster. However, this wave also affected Fong Ning himself, who was thrown to the side, and he, screaming from the pain in his back, almost broke the wall in half, crashing into it. Due to the injuries he sustained, the man was unable to even move and, falling to the ground, gradually lost consciousness. Zhongli sensed that something was wrong and interrupted her confrontation with the monster to make sure her husband was okay, because that was the most important thing. This was her fatal mistake, because the monster took advantage of her weakness, was able to neutralize her defense and attack in response. And his insidious power struck Zhongli down on the spot, leaving her no chance for an equal fight, and the girl missed the opportunity to protect herself and her lover. Due to the unbearable pain and force, Fong Ning opened his eyes, worried about Zhongli and checking if she was okay, although he could not help in any other way. The last thing he saw was Zhongli begging for her face to be saved, caught in the clutches of a terrible, enraged monster. The next time he opened his eyes, he saw his wife safe and sound in front of him, patiently waiting for him to wake up. When he woke up, he realized that he was lying in her arms, but his head was spinning and his body ached to the bones. Zhongli's joy knew no bounds. She looked sincerely into her lover's eyes and was glad that he was alive and had finally come to his senses. But he couldn't figure out where exactly he was, and there were too many questions spinning around in his head that he didn't have answers to yet. He jumped out of Zhongli's embrace, but didn't know that they were sitting on a tall tree, and, losing his footing, he fell down. It seemed to him that he was flying, or rather, falling, and that the earth was approaching him with incredible speed, and he was overcome with incredible fear. He hovered a few centimeters above the ground, no longer hoping for a successful landing, but his wife decided otherwise. Under the influence of her power, like her, fluttered in the air like a feather, and, looking around, asked how they ended up near the school. He was glad that they managed to get out of there, but he was haunted by thoughts of the girl they were unable to save from the clutches of the monster. For Zhongli, it was just a tasty meal, and that was enough, but the guy was interested in how strong this monster was and whether Zhongli would be able to defeat it. The girl thoughtfully replied that she now had too little strength to fight such a powerful monster, and it was impossible for her. She decided to change the topic and handed Fong Ning the phone with the recorded video of everything that happened at Haiyu in school. At that moment, the girl again thought that she needed to eat something tasty, and her eyes lit up in anticipation of food. Fong Ning was naturally surprised by what she called delicious, because it was a black, disgusting, giant finger of unknown origin. Zhongli denied his disgust and said that it was very delicious, and she tried it when she picked him up from school. Fong Ning still didn't understand how she could eat it, and suggested that she at least fry the severed finger to make it look more appetizing. But the girl did not agree with him, and showed how she feeds on the magical power of the soul of this finger, sucking it out to the last drop. He watched as the girl absorbed the incomprehensible black energy from the otherworldly flesh of the monster with incredible appetite. After a short lunch, the girl simply smacked her lips, feeling a pleasant feeling of satiety, and licked them sweetly. Looking at Fong Ning with a smile and love, she sent a beam of dazzling rainbow energy towards him. This beam struck Fong Ning's soul, and all the fatigue left over from the stormy night seemed to dissolve inside, leaving no trace. He noticed that Zhongli had become much stronger, and began to think that the power of the souls of other objects was strengthening her own soul as well. After much thought, he asked what happened after he lost consciousness, and how she managed to pull him out of there. In addition, he was worried that at some point he felt stronger and more energetic than ever. She began to tell how they managed to escape, but she was stopped by a strange burning sensation that ran down her back. The first rays of the rising sun had a strange effect on her, and her body began to smoke from the heat, as if on fire. She paused her story and asked Fong Ning to go home first and then continue. Without waiting for his consent, she grabbed his hands, and they flew high above the city, heading into the dawn sky towards Fong Ning's apartment. Against the backdrop of deserted buildings, a green light emanating from our heroes flashed, and they successfully reached the apartment window. Upon arrival, Zhongli hid in a corner where the sun's rays had not yet reached, and sat like a kitten until the smoke cleared from her clothes. Fong Ning thought that this reaction was caused by the girl not yet being accustomed to the sun, having spent thousands of years in the darkness of the night. After drawing the curtains on the window, he was plunged into darkness, and the guy had to turn on the light to at least get a little look at Zhongli. After the flight, he sat down on the bed to rest, and this time he tolerated it much better than the last time. Feeling that the threat from the sun had passed, Zhongli hugged Fong Ning and showered him with sincere hugs and words of love. But he didn't expect this. This gesture even angered him because they did not finish, and he pulled her away from him and asked her to sit on the bed next to him. Zhongli felt like a trained kitten who needed to be taught everything so that she could protect the guy when he needed it. But at that moment, he gently stroked her cheek, and she melted under his touch, forgetting what she had been thinking about the day before. He warned her that these curtains wouldn't completely block out the sun's rays when the sun came up, so she would need to find somewhere to hide. She poked him in the chest and said that this problem could be solved if she entered his body, then the sun would not bother her. As an argument, she stated that he had already made an agreement with her, and she would definitely not die in her husband's body, so she could not resist him. Fong Ning had no way of foreseeing this, and had no idea what kind of agreement she was talking about, because he knew that he had not made anything with her. In a calm tone, he asked what agreement they were talking about, and the girl replied that he himself said that he wanted to marry her, so everything was fair. He began to remember the moments of that night, when he confessed his feelings to her, not knowing that she was not a hired actress, and everything began to fall into place. Zhongli added that after his confession, an agreement had been reached, which she had just reminded him of, and he must now abide by it. She clarified that, according to the agreement, they now shared a body for the two of them, and as long as Fong Ning found delicious food for her, she would be able to regain her strength. He didn't understand what it meant to split one body into two, and Zhongli explained that he had to find her treasures, and then she would live, and if not, he would die with her. She once again noted that if he died, then she would die too, and they needed to stick together and look for a source of energy for her. She also added that now that he was able to use his body, this dependence on it would constantly protect him from danger. Now some things began to become clear in the guy's head, and he understood the reason for his excessive fatigue. He was interested in the incredible strength he had displayed at school during his fight with the ghost, as well as in Jiang Li's work. Jiang Li replied that it was she who had given him supernatural power, and now they could share it between them. She exclaimed joyfully and added that if she were given enough food, her husband could be strong and powerful. Fong Ning couldn't believe that he had set such a trap for himself, and was now dependent on this girl, who was the reason for his mistake. At this time, events were unfolding at the Haiyuan school that did not go unnoticed after our hero's visit. The defenseless Lien Xiang was subjected to brutal bullying and beatings, allegedly for disobedience and tyranny, and was unable to escape this hell. The whole body ached from numerous bruises and wounds, but this did not stop the monster, and it cruelly continued its educational work on the slave. He gave her the power to kill people, but she still doesn't listen to him, and the incident with the uninvited guest could reveal his identity, which cannot be allowed. In an uncontrollable rage, he grabbed the girl by the throat to better convey his words to her and show his boundless and absolute power over her. He threatened that they needed to attack these brave men first to avoid a second strike, and now that was their target. Lien Xiang could hardly hear his words because she couldn't breathe under the strong pressure of his hand, so she was in an uncontrollable state and could hardly concentrate on anything. Then the black figure hugged the girl and said that she was only him and could not leave him alone. The girl realized with horror that she was forever chained to this terrible monster and had no right to freedom. So she simply remained silent, not listening to his words. He raised his hand, which was missing one phalanx, and said that he knew of their return, and this time he would destroy them with his own hands. Morning came, and Fong Ning, as usual, went to his favorite place to have breakfast and was already waiting for his order. The waiter knew him well, so they chatted like friends, and he asked why Fong Ning came so early, since he usually came before closing, but the waiter could not explain it to him. Fong Ning's order was already on the table, and the waiter repeated all his wishes to make sure he had not forgotten anything, and the customer was satisfied. Fong Ning thanked her sincerely, albeit a bit too eloquently, and began to eat a delicious, spicy breakfast of beef noodles with green onions. Fong Ning turned to Zhang Li, who was in his body, and reminded him that she had also lost her soul power and wanted to talk about it. The girl agreed with him and said that the power of her soul could only be restored by absorbing the power of another soul, and she needed to find it. At breakfast, Fong Ning didn't hear what she said and asked again what exactly she needed to restore her strength. In her usual manner, she said that she needed to eat something tasty. Otherwise, she would be able to absorb other people's fear, and this would restore her strength. Fong Ning was surprised by this information, and the girl explained that when she first met him, she received a powerful boost of energy, and before that, she felt as if she was in a semi-conscious state. This guy remembered many stories where spirits scared their victims and fed on their fears, and it's probably normal for them, considering that paranormal phenomena are always scary. Fong Ning realized that the fear of thousands of people during the cemetery broadcast helped Jiang Li regain her spiritual strength. He finished his noodles, leaving the plate empty, and set it down on the table with a satisfied look. On the way, he turned to his friend, Uncle Zhang, and said that he would pay at the end of the month, to which his uncle replied that it would be better for him to come to his shop and help out in any way he could. Fong Ning raised his hand and made an approving gesture, indicating that he would definitely fulfill his request for help. He returned home and sat down to edit the video he had made that evening, recalling some moments that were worth reflecting on. Watching the footage, the boy thought that, as if holding a phone for the first time, Zhang Li had flawlessly handled all aspects of creating a high-quality video. He reasoned that by editing the video, he could turn it into another hit and scare thousands of viewers, which would help Zhang Li regain his strength, and his idea would satisfy the needs of both parties. Fong Ning recalled the director's team with whom he filmed the cemetery program, noting their professionalism and affordable pricing policy, as well as plans to continue collaborating in the future. After finishing his thoughts, Fong Ning called out to Jiang Li, who was sitting above the bed and clicking on his phone. With lightning speed, she closed the distance between them and found herself face to face with Fong Ning, which scared him a little. She was outraged that her lover called her by name, and at such moments, she felt alienated and distant from him. He thought for a moment and began to go over in his head possible options that he couldn't take into account, and the first thought that came to mind was the word baby. Jiang Li liked this name much better, and she smiled sweetly at Fong Ning, indicating that it suited her better and that she liked it more. After thinking again, he decided to call her Little Li and moved on to a serious conversation about the monster at school yesterday. But she interrupted him. Hearing about this monster, Li remembered that he was just a tasty morsel to her, but Fong Ning continued to say that she didn't know how to get rid of him. He felt that yesterday's video was incomplete, and he needed to go back and film a whole series of investigations into the mystery of the Haiyuan school that would become even more popular than the video from the princess's tomb. Moreover, he promised Lian Xiang to save her from the monster and find out what really happened at Haiyuan Elementary School. Little Li replied that she didn't have the strength to go back to school with a monster right now, and that her gag, which she couldn't find, could help her. Fong Ning was willing to do anything to continue the investigation, so he agreed to find the hairpin. But Li remembered that it had been stolen from her 6 months ago, and she had periodically appeared at the tomb before coming to her senses. She asked with all her heart to help her return to the tomb, because this hairpin was very important to her. Fong Ning replied that they were now united, and if it was really important to her, then they would definitely find the hairpin. But she wanted to clarify whether Li would be able to defeat yesterday's opponent on the bridge with the help of this hairpin. Li nodded approvingly and said that with this hairpin, she would be able to eat that delicious monster in Haiyuan, and their search would be worth it. Then Fong Ning encountered difficulties because he didn't know where to start searching, who stole the hairpin, and where to look for them. But Li said that she sadly remembered 3 people who were near the tomb. Little Lee remembered that 2 of them were so scared of her that they passed out, and the 3rd one disappeared, so she kept the hairpin the most. Fong Ning was upset because this person might have left the city within 6 months, but Lee denied it and said that after she regained her strength, she could roughly determine the location of this person, and he was definitely in the city. This was their only clue, and they decided to go searching, and after they found the hairpin, they would return to school and continue filming the film about the mysterious monster Haiyuan. Lee agreed with him and said that they would definitely return to school to have a delicious meal using the power of the souls of these monsters. Fong Ning took up the matter and, while there was still time and not too late, began to search for information about the tomb robbers. When he reached for his phone, some strange message came, but today he didn't expect an SMS from anyone, so he was surprised. His first thought was that Director Wong had written that the video editing was complete, but only a few hours had passed, and the work was not progressing that quickly. It was a warning to the public about the dangerous situation in the city caused by mass injuries to residents. But Fong Ning was alarmed by the fact that the police were warning about the threat en masse, which meant that the situation was truly serious. Meanwhile, Director Wong's office was in full swing, with all the staff immersed in editing orders. However, this was not entirely true, and the company was experiencing a real crisis on the verge of bankruptcy. One of the workers, getting bored, said that if this continued, they would simply die of hunger. Another worker supported his opinion and added that if it weren't for Mr. Fong Ning's order 2 days ago, they would have been left without work at all. The third worker had yelled at them, not to mention the terrible night near the tomb where they almost died, and his hair still stands on end when he thinks about it. The workers then began discussing the idea of quitting at the end of that month, as the prospect for such work were slim, and although Director Wong treated them well, it would not save their financial situation. One of the workers added that at this rate, it would be impossible for him to pay his rent this month, at which point Director Wong burst into the office. He was surprisingly happy and cheerful, as if he had won the lottery, and addressed his team with the good news in an encouraging tone. Upon seeing the director, everyone pretended to be busy with something in order to avoid being scolded for inaction. No one wanted to respond prematurely to the director's unreasonable joy, and one of the workers decided to inquire what work awaited them this time. The director walked up to the desk and happily announced that he had sent the resume to the working group, and they had received an order from Mr. Fong Ning again. This information shocked everyone, and the client's name alone caused concern, with the director of photography asking if the director really wanted to go to some cemetery again to film a live broadcast. He added that his own life was more important than work, so he advised them not to agree to Mr. Fong Ning's proposal, but the director assured them that they only needed to edit the video. His eyes gleamed with anticipation of the profits this video editing would make, and as a bonus, he added that if the video became popular, he would receive even more privileges. The editor got to work, and from the very first frame, he declared that if Fong Ning did not fight the ghost again in this video, it would not bring him any success. His colleagues supported his opinion and stated that the fact that this guy did not die while filming in the cemetery was their merit, and that he was offering too low a price for editing the new video. Director Wong was enraged by their impudence and shouted that this video would definitely become popular, and that they should watch it first and then discuss it. He eagerly watched the video, thinking that this time his company would definitely be able to restore its reputation and that this video would shock all viewers. Everyone sat attentively to watch the recording, and at first it was unclear where this story would lead, and it did not evoke any associations. But just a few seconds later their minds changed, and they watched in horror as it happened. Already in the first frames, they noticed a ridge behind Fong Ning, which began to move on its own, as if under the influence of a spell. One of his colleagues was so shocked that, in a fit of fear, he involuntarily grabbed the friend sitting next to him by the throat and began to strangle him with trembling hands. When he woke up, he apologized profusely for his actions, but his colleague asked him what exactly it was about the simple movement of a scallop that had frightened him so much. But then the black-haired monster that Fong Ning had been fighting appeared in the frame, and the cameraman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets in surprise. One of the employees even lost consciousness from the nightmare he saw and from the video, which was filmed so realistically. He asked how this could be done and whether it was really some kind of computer graphics or a specially designed mechanism in the table, because it was impossible to explain otherwise. The director refuted his assumptions and stated that the deformed character disappears and then appears in other places, and that in 10 years of working on videos, he did not notice any editing here. Then a girl named Lien Xiang appeared on the video, although, as with the monster, it was not clear exactly where, and behind her stood the terrible monster in Jiang Li, who was fighting with it. After watching the video to the end, everyone present was shocked, and the director said that, although he had already seen the video several times, his hair still stood on end. A debate broke out in the studio, and everyone became interested in the continuation of the story about how Lien Xiang actually died, and whether this video really refers to the events of 10 years ago. The director had prepared for such questions and had gone to the city library in search of information beforehand and found a newspaper in which a photograph of the girl was similar to the one shown in the video. He encouraged his staff by saying that if the video was well edited, it would get a lot of views, and Fong Ning promised a percentage of the total profit, so the director would pay bonuses if everything was successful. These words were like honey to the ears of the workers, who had not seen either a bonus or a regular salary for a long time, so they agreed to cooperate. Filled with positive energy and having received the director's opinion about the award, they all began editing the video using the ghosts. 4 hours later, the video was ready, and the first frame featured a girl and a headline about suicide and a true story from 10 years ago. They improved the quality, added background music, and the video became even scarier than it was originally, and the director was delighted with the impeccable work of his staff. When asked if there was anything else that needed to be improved, the director replied that no, and they could just email him the video and he would download it from his account. The cameraman warned him not to do it directly and advised him to send the video to Mr. Fong Ning first to make sure everything was okay. Director Wong said that there was no need for that, and they could easily upload the video because Mr. Fong Ning had full confidence in their professionalism and he had a lot to do anyway. Before uploading a video to the internet, it must undergo additional testing at another video studio to control the quality of the content. And so, at the video studio headquarters, another ordinary working day passed without any interesting events, and everyone went about their business. The video editing department employee, as usual, was bored in front of the computer, waiting for the end of the working day. Suddenly, he receives a video with a flashy title, telling a true story from 10 years ago, and he thinks that it is just another adventure thriller, nothing special. There have been a lot of videos like this popping up lately, mostly aimed at gaining popularity, and this one was no exception, although the cover was amazing. But after watching the video, he radically changed his mind and was surprised by the unfolding events. A vile, ugly monster with huge Gostera fangs and eyes blazing with hellish fire appeared in the frame, looking straight into the soul. It was so unexpected and scary that the video sorter poured boiling water on himself while trying to make tea. All the office staff turned around when they heard his frantic scream from under their guard, and no one could understand why he was so scared. The sorting worker returned to watching the video and remarked that it was very exciting and he had never seen anything like it before. He called all his colleagues and encouraged them to watch this very touching and captivating video with him, because it is simply a masterpiece. Everyone was surprised by this reaction, because the internet has been full of nonsense lately, but the sorter countered that this video deserved their attention. They still doubted that anything truly interesting had happened to him, but without wasting any time, the sorter simply showed his colleagues the video so that they could figure it out for themselves. Colleagues watched the events on video with delight, and from their reactions it became clear that the plot was simply fantastic. They agreed that the video turned out to be very cool, and everyone wanted to see the continuation of Hai Yuan's mysterious story. They noticed that, filming everything on a phone, the special effects turned out to be no worse than in the movies, and everything looked surprisingly realistic and even too perfect. Looking at the creator of this video, People wondered who he was and how he managed to create such impeccable content. At this time, our hero woke up and, with renewed strength, decided to go in search of Jiang Li's lost hairpin. Walking down the street and mentally talking to little Li in his body, he said that he had looked into all the news about the village with the princess's tomb and found out that someone had seen 3 strangers searching for something near that village. After this, complaints began to come into the police, and the police arrived at the scene, but were only able to detain 2 robbers, while the third disappeared without a trace. 2 of the detainees claimed to have seen something incredibly terrifying in this place, but the police regarded this as a state of passion, and the criminals were placed in a pre-trial detention facility for the theft of relics. However, no traces of excavation were found at the crime scene, and both robbers, who could have told something, simply went crazy, and nothing could be established. Fong Ning thought that if the bandits managed to steal the hairpin from the princess, then they were not as simple as they seemed, and it remained a mystery whether the third of them managed to return and cover their tracks in time. He said that there was probably someone higher up behind these people, and it might be related to the Haiyuan school. The man stopped and asked again if Jiang Li was sure that the robber was somewhere in the city, so that their search would not be in vain. Jiang Li, looking from under Fong Ning's body, confirmed that they were already close, and felt that they would soon find the robber. Fong Ning shouted at little Li that he couldn't just turn away because there were people walking on the streets, and if they saw her, he wouldn't be able to explain anything to her. Having satisfied his aggression, he calmly told Jiang Li that he would definitely release her when they found some deserted place. Fong Ning noticed that it was not even dark yet, and there were fewer and fewer people outside, and he remembered the police warning that it was better not to go out in the dark without an escort. They were the only passers-by in this city, and Fong Ning turned to little Li to ask where they were heading. Jiang Li inserted a miniature version of her palm through Fong Ning's and pointed him in the right direction. He turned his head to where Jiang Li's hand was pointing and asked what exactly was there, and she was right. Apparently, this was the scene of another crime that the police had warned about, and Fong Ning went there because, according to Jiang Li, that was where the robber was. A crowd of people gathered behind the yellow tape, curious about what had happened to the victim, and watched the horrific scene of the murder with their mouths open. Police were collecting evidence from the crime scene, and one of them was an open bottle of wine lying next to the victim. The victim's hand was devoid of flesh, as if someone had tried to eat it alive, and one phalanx was missing. His entire body was dried out, as if all the juices had been sucked out of him. Only skin and bones remained, and forensic experts regretfully confirmed that this was a terrible death and a strange accident. Viewers noted that this case would definitely be difficult if Officer Ken himself took it on. Slowly puffing on his cigarette, he asked his colleague what he thought about the murder and who might have been behind it. He said that the body looked like a mummy, and it was very scary to even imagine the torment this man went through. Fong Ning listened to what was said in the crowd. It turned out that this was already the 4th such murder, and the overall security of the city had been shaken, and the incident that happened a month ago was no better. He made his way to the people to see the man's corpse with his own eyes and make sure that everything was really as bad as they said. Captain Jan's colleague turned around to answer his questions about this killer, but he looked too confused. He simply listed the facts. The death occurred at approximately 1 a.m. There were no signs of foul play. No traces of the killer were found at the crime scene. The killer knew the exact location of the cameras, and no suspects were found. The medical examiner determined that the cause of death, as with the other victims, was heart failure, but the most surprising thing was that some of the victims had no history of heart disease during their lives. After listening to his assistant's arguments, Captain Yang asked him to tell him something specific about the case, and he replied that this was not just an accident, but serial murders. He also added that the killer was clearly avoiding cameras, as no traces of contact with the victim were found. Captain Jan noted that there were no signs of poisoning either, and it was all akin to natural death, but externally the body looked like a mummy, and the theory of natural death was ruled out, and it was necessary to look for other options. The subordinate was completely stupefied because he could not explain what was happening in any other way, unless the killer was a ghost who left no trace behind. He whispered his assumption to the captain, But he was not surprised and asked to rule out all possible options. But no other explanations have followed so far. For safety reasons, the captain asked higher-ups to issue a warning to avoid night flights, and that was the extent of his options. Having finished his cigarette, he turned to his charge and said that it was time for them to leave and that this world was not as simple as he thought. Another night had arrived, carrying the secrets of mysterious murders, and an abandoned, dilapidated building loomed against the night sky. In the middle of the empty corridor, an unfamiliar man knelt down against the wall and lit a red candle, which at least provided some illumination. He obediently held out his palms, in which lay a beautiful woman's hairpin, and said that the time had come for his master. After these words, the candle he had lit instantly went out, although there was no sign of wind. And then, in front of the guy who obediently bowed his head, a huge, disgusting face with many eyes and a sleepy look appeared. Hearing the boy's words, the monster laughed, greedily licked his lips, and said that it was time for a new hunt. The guy humbly replied that it was already night and they could go hunting at any moment. Such devotion and humility made a huge impression on the monster, and it mockingly praised the guy for his flattering words. Suddenly, the giant Makitra disappeared, and a small, ugly creature appeared on the boy's back and told him that it did not regret choosing him out of the three. He added with a smile that with his help the police would never be able to find them and their crimes would never be solved. Then the monster picked up the hairpin that the boy had brought and said that this king now had an invincible Horcrux in his hands. Continuing in the same vein, the ugly woman remarked that a fourth-level soul could easily handle it, not to mention fragile people, and by the time the soul hunters arrived, they would have time to hide. In conclusion of all that was said, the monster added that this was their last night in this place, and then a new story would begin. In an evil and smug tone, the monster told the boy that it was time for them to go on their last hunt. The city was plunged into a dark night, and the deserted streets were illuminated only by the neon signs of various establishments and eateries. In one such place, Fong Ning sat with little Li inside, but was unable to find the lost item throughout the day. He asked Jiang Li if she could feel where the hairpin was now, but she replied with disappointment that her aura had become somewhat blurred. Fong Ning wanted to find out why she brought him to that corpse on the street. And it turned out that he smelled of her high-heel shoe, and he probably wore it before he died. Suddenly, little Li peeked out from behind Fong Ning's shoulder and said that she had found her hairpin and they needed to find it quickly. Fong Ning looked out the window, but there were quite a lot of people there, and he didn't know who exactly might have this hairpin, but Jiang Li felt that they were somewhere nearby. The guy stood up and rushed towards the exit, shouting to the waiter that he didn't have to pay for the drinks because he was in a hurry. The waiter looked at Fong Ning's glass with a single bill lying underneath it with sad eyes and repeated the words that guy had said. But his sadness turned to aggression because Fong Ning kept coming there, sitting for hours, silently, drinking boiled water and leaving only $1, like the most stingy one. As Fong Ning made his way through the crowd of drunk people who were in full swing at the party, he was crushed several times. Jiang Li was unable to locate her hairpin due to her distraction in the large crowd. Fong Ning decided to check everyone present in the club, because if she was nearby, she would definitely sense who exactly had her hairpin. An unfamiliar girl approached Fong Ning and offered to treat such a cute guy to a drink and talk. She gently touched his cheek and said that they should have a drink and then go to a quieter place from here to talk about life, which made Fong Ning feel awkward. He politely replied that he had other things to do, but she took this as a sign that he was afraid of her, and only virgins do that. To make the guy think a little faster, Jiang Li decided to help and pinched Fong Ning's side with all her strength. It must have been too much pain for him because the guy screamed and, without thinking, pushed the prostitute away from him. The crowd fell silent, wondering what had happened and who had quarreled with whom, and the girl sat on the floor and groaned from the strong impact of the fall. A hostile gang gathered around Fong Ning and threatened to kill him for causing such a mess in their home. Fong Ning began to justify himself, saying that it was all a mistake and warned him not to try to harm him because he would not be able to resist. Fong Ning's threat had no effect on the owner of the establishment, as at his age he was no longer afraid of death and ordered his subordinates to have a private conversation with the guest. One of the owner's subordinates put his hand on the boy's shoulder and politely told him to follow them, otherwise they would force him. Fong Ning did not like this development and grabbed the bodyguard's hand on the shoulder and squeezed it so hard that the bodyguard screamed, demanding that he let go. Fong Ning knocked him down like a speck of dust and twisted his arm behind his back, watching everyone look at him. The club owner, with a victorious applause and a smile, said that everything was fine, but there was one problem. He objected that such behavior was unacceptable in this place, and a whole line of irritated bulls had already formed behind him. Jiang Li's voice made it clear to the guy that these people were irritating her terribly, and why didn't he deal with them? But Fong Ning jokingly replied that he didn't want to create unnecessary problems and end up in prison. But everything had already been decided without his participation, and the club security was ready to take justice into their own hands, waving bats at Fong Ning. Meanwhile, a drunk man with a bottle in his hands left the same club and, muttering something under his breath, returned home through the dark streets. He was stopped halfway, but the man was so drunk that he did not suspect any danger, despite police warnings about night walks. From the outside, it looked like help from a stranger, and the man leaned on his shoulder to recover a little and continue on his way. The stranger walked with him, supporting him from the side, and the man suggested that they sit at his house sometime and have fun, because he seemed very friendly to him. But this was not destined to come true, because the stranger showed his evil face, which was controlled by a many-eyed monster. He gave him the same hairpin, but the man couldn't understand why or what was going on. The magical power of the hairpin hypnotized the man, and the stranger whispered to him that by walking down this alley, he would return home. The man, like a zombie, walked dejectedly along the indicated route, repeating home, and the stranger, smiling, informed the owner that dinner was served. The hypnotized man was unable to cope with these mystical forces and simply waited to meet the bloodthirsty night monster. In an instant, the hypnotic effect seemed to disappear, and the man could not understand where he was or why he was repeating the same phrase. He stood facing the wall, although he clearly remembered that he had been walking along a wide street toward his house, and now found himself in a confined space. He touched the wall with his hands as if it was unreal, and at that moment his hand was grabbed by a black, otherworldly creature. The monster restricted the husband's movements, grabbing him by the legs and arms so that he could not resist and escape his predetermined death. The man didn't understand what was happening and just wanted to go home to his son, but the monster decided otherwise, because today was no less an important day for the man, namely the day of his death. After these words, the monster began to eat, greedily absorbing the power of the soul of an innocent man. In a dark corner of the city, a red light glowed, sucking the soul out of a man under the control of an evil dwarf monster. It gave him pleasure to watch the last strength leave the human body, and spiritual energy be depleted with pain, agony, and screams. Having absorbed the man's soul, the monster thoughtfully remarked that after such a dinner, the king would be able to make a breakthrough and become a fourth-level soul. The man stopped hearing anything and plunged into a turbulent whirlpool of unbearable pain and fear, and the last drops of life left his body. The last thing he thought about was whether this was really the end and death had overtaken him, although he was least prepared for it, and a tear appeared in his eyes at the memory of his son. However, at the last moment, Fong Ning appeared and, fleeing, attacked the bridge, preventing a terrible death. The blow was strong enough that the small, disgusting monster lost its balance, without completing its soul-eating ritual. Fong Ning stood unwaveringly and watched the lightning coming from the monster fall, proud of his strength that allowed him to save people. Fortunately, the wounded man survived, but his attacker was still subjected to serious reprisals from the monster hunter. After a brief pause in the conversation, Fong Ning turned to the man to ask how he was feeling and if everything was okay. The man was too exhausted to utter a word. His body was covered with numerous wounds and abrasions, so he sat down and caught his breath, almost dying. Overcoming himself, the man uttered one word of gratitude to Fan Nunulashi and fell to the ground, losing consciousness from exhaustion. Fong Ning asked the girl again if there really was a hairpin there, and this time she definitely answered that the hairpin was with that monster. A terrifying whirlwind of black and red light created by the monster swirled in the air, and a booming voice called out to Fong Ning, asking who he was. But it was a rhetorical question, because the monster knew that the soul hunters would come for him, but he did not expect that he would so quickly and without hesitation declare whether they understood who they dared to anger. The monster added that he would forgive Fong Ning for his mistake if he left and did not interfere with him finishing his dinner. But the guy did not like this idea and made it clear that he would not leave his actions unpunished and would not back down. It was a real test, and the monster said that this guy was about to become another one of his snacks and did not intend to live to old age if he tried so hard to stop him. Fong Ning was surrounded by the monster's magic, and he was disgusted by all this abomination. He did not fully understand what would happen to him next. The monster explained that Fong Ning would die from his soul technique, and this was the result of his carelessness in attacking someone he shouldn't have attacked. However, the monster did not know that Fong Ning was not alone, and that his wife Jiangli came to his aid, reaching out her hand through the boy's body. The girl broke the magic ring around Fong Ning, and he freed himself from the clutches of the monster, after which he sat down on the ground to catch his breath. The monster didn't expect this and asked with fear how he managed to break his soul technique, because it is very difficult even for experienced hunters. Hiding his trump cards up his sleeve, Fong Ning jokingly replied that he defeated his magic because he was much cuter than the monster. After the joke, he got down to business and was ready to strike back at the monster, gathering all of his Jiang Li's strength into one. But the monster was not prepared to fight such a strong opponent, and tried to escape without waiting for Fong Ning's attack, threatening to return. Fong Ning landed and watched with disapproval as the monster kicked at his heels, considering him the last coward on earth. However, the bridge did not escape retribution so easily, because Jiangli took matters into her own hands, caught up with the monster, and sucked out its soul power. From a soul hunter in battle, Jiangli once again resembled a contented child who had been happily fed and was enjoying her magical dinner. The monster was overcome with terror because all the spiritual power it had accumulated over 6 months had disappeared in an instant, and its spiritual abilities were also rendered powerless, so it decided to try to hide before it was completely destroyed. Fong Ning, furiously preparing for another battle, screamed, demanding that the monster return what it had stolen from Jiangli. Otherwise, it would be even worse. His blow was accompanied by a blinding beam of sunlight and instilled fear into the already frightened monster, which was not going to give up. All the whims of this guy ended, and he decisively shouted that they would take everything they needed without the consent of the monster itself. With his blow, Fong Ning pressed the monster into the ground, causing it to shudder in pain and disappointment at defeat. The ugly, multi-eyed dwarf still wanted to resist, but Fong Ning showed him no mercy and pressed him harder to the ground with his foot. He turned to Lyre, asking what their next steps were, and she replied that she now needed to consume the monster. While Fong Ning was holding the dwarf down with his foot, Lyre straightened up, broke free from his body, and dragged him towards the monster, taking away his soul power. But even then, the dwarf did not want to give up and hoped that he could deal with these hunters in a slightly different way than alone. Taking out a powerful magical hairpin, he directed its power at the hunters and, insulting them, wished them to go to hell, showing that it was not over yet. The force of the hairpin separated Lyre from Fong Ning's body, and a powerful blow passed between them, causing virtually no harm to our heroes. Taking advantage of the moment of surprise, the monster began to disappear before the hunters' eyes while they were recovering from such a maneuver. A police officer's voice came from behind them, ordering them to raise their hands and not move, but Lyre managed to hide in Fong Ning's body and remain unnoticed. The policeman appeared so suddenly that Fong Ning didn't immediately understand what was happening until he felt his arms being twisted. He heard someone speaking to him again, but not in a friendly tone, so he raised his hands and did not move, as if he had not heard the first time. The policeman shone a flashlight in Fong Ning's face, turned to the captain standing next to him, and said that he had caught the criminal. The captain, without hesitation, pointed his gun at this guy and was ready to shoot, as if it was his fault for all the terrible events that happened in the city. But, looking at the guy again, he realized that they were mistaken and this was not the one they were looking for, so he ordered the policeman to let him go. He looked at the captain as if he had gone mad, letting go of a man caught red-handed, and all his efforts would be in vain. In his defense, he stated that the man's body had the same marks as the other victims, and if this man was not the criminal, then who was? Fong Ning defended himself by saying that he was an obedient citizen and should not blame good people, and the captain told the policeman that there were no traces of people near the other victims, so this guy was not involved. The captain noticed a camera at the entrance to the alley, and it could have recorded the real killer, but it would be strange if this time the criminal did not take into account the location of the cameras, as he had done in previous times. The policeman was clearly not happy that he had to let the only suspect go, and he shouted that he would not allow this and would let the guy confess who he was and what he was doing there. By this time, the wounded man had come to his senses and joined the conversation, declaring that Fong Ning was not the killer, but his savior, which shocked the policeman. Then a policeman ran up to the victim and started asking a lot of questions about what happened here and how he survived the attack of this monster in the person of Fong Ning. However, the victim was unable to adequately assess the situation and could barely utter words, so he was unable to explain anything to the police officer in question. The police officer then realized that his questioning was inappropriate for a man in such a serious condition, and, supporting the man by the arms, called an ambulance. At this moment, the captain approached Fong Ning and calmly asked if he was a soul hunter, a question that surprised the boy. Fong Ning didn't want to reveal his identity right away and mentally advised Jiang Li not to admit his abilities, as it could lead to their elimination. The captain took this guy's delay as a complete ignorance of what soul hunters were, meaning he had awakened himself. Seeing that the boy was embarrassed, the captain explained that he was still too young and his thoughts could be read on his face. The captain handed the guy his business card and told him that next time he wanted to lie, he better watch his facial expressions and gestures. Fong Ning read the name on the business card, and the captain added that if this person had any difficulties, he should contact him. During the walk, Captain Jin warned Fong Ning to be more careful with such things in the future, because it was not a toy and required certain skills. Fong Ning left that place with a clear conscience, and Captain Yang took care of him and clearly took a liking to him as a person. While the police were still committing the crime, they were secretly watched from the roof of a tall skyscraper. It was the same stranger with the dwarf monster in her arms, who was glad that she had managed to escape from the hunters. The stranger regretted that the soul he had worked on for 6 months had disappeared so easily, but the monster gave up and told him to go to another city. The disappointed guy agreed, but the thought of having to start all over again depressed him greatly. He walked to the edge of the building, stood up, and prepared to jump, admiring the incredible panorama from a bird's-eye view. Thanks to the power of the magical creature, the boy floated down smoothly, as if on wings, and no longer had to worry about the annoying hunters. The rain flooded the city streets, covering the roads with a smooth layer of snow, and Fong Ning set out to find a sharp turn in the pouring rain, not intending to stop until he reached the right place. Jiang Li still felt her hairpin somewhere nearby, and added that the monster was wounded, so it would not be able to escape from them. Fong Ning asked the girl why she didn't catch this monstrous child when she had the chance. She replied that this middle-aged man had too much yang energy, and she could not stand in front of him. The boy asked again what kind of magical mud was this that the dwarf monster had given him, chaining him up so that he couldn't free himself. The girl replied that it was spiritual power, and that one could use the power of the soul or spiritual power, but to do so one would need to be much stronger than the one using it. Fong Ning didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and Jiang Li added that he had used spiritual power before, and that soul power belonged to the spiritual body, and spiritual power existed in every person's body. But for most people, this only manifests itself on the brink of life and death, and then they have a chance to release spiritual power and manifest it far beyond ordinary capabilities. Fong Ning was sure that Jiang Li had lost her memory, but she explained that after 2 days of eating delicious food, some of her memories began to clear up. He assumed that he had little spiritual power, and that was why he could not escape from the clutches of the dwarf monster. Zhongli objected to this and explained that his strength should have been much greater given the power of her soul. But Fong Ning did not know how to use it and took everything too lightly. He needed to learn how to release spiritual power. Fong Ning was surprised to learn of the hidden power within him that he didn't know about and asked the girl how to release it, but she replied that it required a lot of time and training. To somehow cheer up the guy, the girl came up with something that could help him, and if it didn't help, it certainly wouldn't harm him. She returned to her normal size and moved closer to Fong Ning so that she could feel his breath on her skin and asked him not to move. Zhongli pulled him towards her and kissed him tenderly, causing Fong Ning's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets in astonishment. A second later, they fell into some strange blue space and seemed to sink to the bottom of the water. Fong Ning looked around and asked in horror where they were, since they were the only ones on the street. Zhongli replied that they had immersed themselves in the sea of his consciousness, and if an agreement was reached between them, she could come here with her husband. The boy didn't understand why they were there, and reminded the girl that they needed to hurry before the dwarf monster ran away. She assured him that time in the sea of consciousness flows tens of times slower than in the outside world, and the monster would not be able to escape from them. And in the meantime, she would teach Fong Ning how to use energy. Fong Ning was shocked to see that they were not wearing any clothes and asked the girl in surprise why. But the girl calmly explained that clothes interfered with the perception of spiritual energy, and therefore she took them off. The lesson began, and the boy listened with his eyes closed to Lyre's instructions on how to feel the movement of spiritual energy starting from Tang Tang. Next, you should follow the movements of her finger and try to mobilize your spiritual energy. Real magic began to happen all around, and Fong Ning was all aglow with the amount of his own spiritual energy. The lesson ended, and they returned to the outside world, but Fong Ning was no longer the same and felt a strange sense of satisfaction and harmony. Even his eyes seemed to be burning with the spiritual power that Zhongli had revealed to him, and he was now much stronger than ever. He was all beaming with happiness and finally understood what Lyre was talking about, and now all his spiritual strength was at his disposal. At that moment, he took off from the ground and soared into the sky using his spiritual power and enjoyed it. They jumped onto the roof of a skyscraper. The city was clearly visible, and they easily spotted their enemy. Like them, the monster moved around the city using buildings, making it difficult for ordinary people to notice, which was exactly what he was counting on. Carefully covering the distance between buildings, the criminal did not even suspect that someone might be watching him. However, the monster inside instantly sensed danger and ordered them to quickly get out of there before it was too late. The criminal was surprised by the soul hunter's power, but the monster countered that if it weren't for the essence contained within him, he would have died of suffocation. The monster recalled the details of their fight and noted that the soul inside the hunter was at least level 4, if not higher. The criminal fell to the ground next to a parked motorcycle, wondering how best to escape pursuit. He assured his monster that there were spiritual barriers in their base, and the monster added that even if the hunter overcame them, he would not get out of there alive. Having calmed down and no longer worried about being pursued by hunters, the criminal started his motorcycle and was ready to head to the base. However, out of nowhere, a voice broke their idol and said that without the help of a living person and alone, they would not be able to escape pursuit by the police. This information took the criminal by surprise, and he turned around to see the author of these words and understand who he was dealing with. Fong Ning continued to ponder and told the criminal that he was most likely the third tomb robber who had escaped from the princess's tomb. Fong Ning also remembered that he had seen this man before, and that he had been on the police's wanted list several months ago. The criminal realized that he had been caught, and now he had nowhere to go, because he had revealed everything that he had been hiding for a long time. Fong Ning didn't want to stand on ceremony for long, and switched to a crude method of explaining the villain's guilt by using his spiritual power. A child monster intervened in the fight and warned Fong Ning not to bully others too much. But for Fong Ning, his warning meant nothing, and he insisted that when he killed innocent people, he never thought that they would do the same to him. But if the monster gave them the hairpin, then Fong Ning would arrange for him to die quickly. The monster mocked them, as if they needed something, this pin, and if they wanted it so badly, he would give it to them, but in a different way. Pulling out a hairpin, the monster directed its power at the hunters, angrily declaring that he would now grant their wish. Fong Ning stood there and watched what would happen from the hairpin's effect, and once again found himself surrounded by the monster's forces. With the force of a hairpin, the young monster summoned a large, terrifying dragon, and with a wave of his mane, the monster shouted that he should not be provoked. He turned to Fong Ning, saying that his body still had spiritual strength left, and today he would make his life worse than death. Dozens of vile eyes stared at the boy, trying to intimidate him, while the monster directed its power at him. But Fong Ning had already seen this, and this time, thanks to his spiritual powers, he easily dealt with the magical mud of the dwarf monster. The monster became angry because some ordinary boy was able to destroy the power of his magic and threatens him. And then the monster used his dragon to deal with the impudent woman, all the while sounding threatening cries of death and vengeance. But Fong Ning was strong enough to deal with even a monster like a dragon, so he accepted the challenge to fight. His strength was enough to defeat the dragon and break the dark forces of the monster's magic, and with his fire he cleansed the place of evil. For the dwarf monster, this was simply unacceptable, and he still could not believe his defeat. Therefore, he made another attempt to resist Fong Ning, because he considered himself strong and powerful, and believed that no one could defeat him. He picked up the pin again, and, gathering all his remaining strength, wanted to hit the hunters, but his tactics turned against him. Jiang Li was the next to enter the fray, and Fong Ning encouraged her to finally finish off this scum and take back what was rightfully hers. She created a barrier from the power of her soul, and this time its only goal was victory, because the games were over and it was time to get what he deserved. The clash between the two forces was quite large-scale and stretched for several meters, and while the battle continued, the hairpin flew out of the monster's hands. But then Fong Ning came to the rescue, arriving on time and reaching the turn first, shouting triumphantly that it was all over. At that moment, his hand was swallowed by the black tongues of magic of the dwarven monster, which did not consider the battle over. However, Fan no longer feared his troops and easily broke through their ranks, which angered and frightened the monster. The confrontation continued, but both sides knew that this battle was over, so there was no longer much meaning in it since Fong Ning had shown what he was capable of. As soon as the monster directed its soul powers at Fong Ning, Liar appeared, flew up, and began to devour them with gusto. This disgusting child simply screamed, demanding that the Horcrux be given to him immediately because it was his thing and it should belong to him. Fong Ning noticed that with the hairpin in his hand, the monster didn't have the strength to defeat him, so it was better not to know what would happen if the hairpin ended up in his hand. Fong Ning's last words before the decisive blow were an urgent call for him to repent of his sins. The monster continued to scream that it wanted the hairpin back because it was its only hope of becoming a fourth-level soul. Having dissolved into dozens of drops of water, he, as the hunters heard, had not yet taken revenge, but still wanted to become stronger and could not come to terms with this. In the last seconds of his stay on Earth, the ghost revealed who he really was, and the hunters heard a gentle child's voice calling for his mother. It also said that it could not breathe underwater, was in terrible pain, and was waiting for its mother to save it, and these were its last dying thoughts. The astonished hunters stood and listened to the plaintive voice of the innocent girl, who said that she did not have time to look for him. The last piece of the baby's soul entered Fong Ning's head, and he found himself in some dark abyss of memories and images. They found themselves in the mind of this baby, and Fong Ning asked if Lear knew what infanticide was, adding that some parents gave birth to children but did not raise them. Of course, for Fong Ning himself, drowning his own child was incomprehensible, because he only saw a fragment of this baby's death. From the images that formed in his mind, Fong Ning realized that he had been drowned by his own father, killed by this monster. Soon after birth, the child, out of resentment and a desire to survive, had transformed into a ghost. All these victims were projections of his father, and he wanted them to suffer and die in agony, just like he did, and that was the only way he could release his pain and anger onto the world. While Li was finishing her dinner, Fong Ning asked what obsession had made him exist for thousands of years and not leave the princess's tomb. Their conversation was interrupted by someone's presence, and Fong Ning turned around to see a knife pointed at him. But without looking, he grabbed the blade of the knife with 2 fingers and said in a bored voice that the child was a ghost that you relied on, and which dissipated, and you continue to try to somehow influence me. It was the same criminal, although Fong Ning thought that he would take advantage of the chaos and simply run away, but he stood in front of him and openly threatened him. Without saying a word, Fong Ning used 2 fingers to break the attacker's knife, as if it were fragile plastic. Then the attacker became very scared and fell to the ground in confusion, not knowing what to do next. Realizing what had happened, he grabbed his head and said that now they would find him and kill him because Fong Ning had killed the ghost. Fong Ning didn't want to listen to his whining and, pressing his throat against the wall, made it clear that he would ask questions and the criminal would answer them. He was willing to do anything to save his life. So he agreed to Fong Ning's conditions and promised to answer all her questions. The interrogation began, and Fong Ning's first question was about how and under what circumstances this man met the ghost of a child. The criminal obediently replied that 6 months ago he had gone to Changbaidao to obtain some information and said that he had a large order for him. At the time, the husband was going through hard times, and the generous reward tempted him to agree to the deal, after which he invited 2 more to join him. Fong Ning wanted to clarify some details to clarify the picture he had formed, and asked the man who Changbaidao was. He replied that this was a person who spread information in their industry and worked for a large organization, and thanks to him, this person always had a job. Then their task became to dig up something from the princess's tomb, and without further ado, Changbaidao gave him a seemingly ordinary jar and said that it could only be opened at the princess's tomb, and then they would find what they were looking for. But curiosity got the better of him, and the man opened the jar at the hotel, after which a ghostly child appeared. The man spoke of the terrible torture he endured that night, and how the ghost taunted him by taking over his body and mind. He came to his senses when he found himself at the princess's grave with his 2 brothers, and after telling them the story, they wanted to run away until the ghost disappeared, but a monster appeared from under the ground with a hairpin and attached it to her husband. At this time, ghosts began to attack them from different sides, and, fearing for his life, the man agreed to hunt with the ghostly child if he would help him escape, but his comrades could not be saved, and after some time, the man saw on the news that they had gone crazy. The husband repented that the ghost forced him to do all these terrible things because he promised wealth and protection from the police, and if he refused, he was threatened with death. But he needed to live and needed money for his seriously ill son. Fong Ning reacted coldly to this, because if a person says that he cannot die, then is it worth it for all those whose relatives are now much more complex than him to die? The husband fell to his knees in front of Fong Ning and asked for forgiveness, begging him not to kill him or hand him over to the police. He understood that he had made a terrible mistake and caused a lot of harm to other people, but all this was for the sake of his son, with whom he was left alone after the death of his mother. Fong Ning said he didn't need an apology, and if he really felt guilty, he would rather sympathize with the families of the victims. Fong Ning was least interested in where to find Changbaidao and how to contact him, but he replied that he was too mysterious a person and his whereabouts were always unpredictable. The man continued that most orders are placed online, the goods are delivered to the specified address, and the money is transferred to overseas accounts, and Changbaidao always finds them himself, and you never know where and when they will be delivered. Fong Ning listened to him and demanded that he hand over the phone, but the man thought it was a joke, although Fong Ning's serious expression said otherwise. He wrote down his contact information there and instructed people to contact him when Changbaidao made a call. After finishing his manipulations, Fong Ning threw the phone back into the man's hands and was surprised by the outcome of the evening. He asked if he could really be free and if Fong Ning was going to call the police to arrest him. Fong Ning replied that without a child, the ghosts would quickly find him. So if he wanted to save his son, he should hurry and take care of the families of the deceased because he had enough money. The man bowed his head in a heartfelt bow and thanked Fong Ning for her generosity and mercy, as well as for the idea of redeeming his sins. Fong Ning added that he hoped that if the source of evil was eliminated, people would choose the right path. His voice barely reached the man's ears, but he understood the last part very clearly, and it was a warning not to repeat the mistake. The man stood alone in the middle of the street, as if forgotten by the whole world, without support or advice, but Fong Ning's voice instilled hope for salvation in his soul. He silently thanked Fong Ning once again and promised that after he finished all his business, he would definitely turn himself into the police for the crimes he had committed. Walking along the deserted street, Fong Ning asked Lier if he had done the right thing, because despite all the difficulties in life, this man had caused a lot of harm. He said he didn't want his children to feel the same way he did, being left all alone in this world. Lier replied that she respected his decision, that he had grown very strong in a short period of time and was able to defeat a powerful ghost, and that she was proud of him. She also thanked him for helping her find the hairpin and wanted to express her gratitude to him for that. He waved her off, saying that he was also interested in getting her hairpin back, and changing the subject, asked what she thought of Chamba Idao. Lier was very upset that Fong Ning treated her so coldly and ignored any expressions of her feelings. After calming down, she turned to him and said that she wasn't thinking about anything, but Fong Ning was worried that she had been thinking about it for so long. He realized that he had offended her and approached her, gently stroking her hair so that she forgot about all her images. Her heart was filled with tenderness, and the unforgettable image of the beloved man, whom she loved with all her heart, was imprinted in her eyes. She saw a different side of him, as if they had known each other for thousands of years, and he said that he had bought her a beautiful hairpin that echoed her beauty. She remembered the love of her life, the tenderness and reverence that filled her heart when she was with him. Fong Ning's touch transported her into a unique world of pleasant memories, and she felt like she was remembering much more than before. Her hairpin helped her find her whole self, but she forgot about it due to her lack of mental strength. Looking into Fong Ning's eyes, she reverently thanked him for allowing her to feel like her true self again. She took his hand in hers and burst into tears from the joy and feeling of completeness that overwhelmed her. The sea of her consciousness was filled with another wonderful memory and a pleasant feeling of strength and power. To Fong Ning's surprise, she created a vortex of powerful energy that disturbed the peace of the night streets. Closing her eyes, she came to her senses and her clothes began to tear into pieces. A second later, she was left completely naked, covered only by her energy and the power of her soul. Blinded by her light, Fong Ning was outraged as she tried to rip off her clothes again like last time. However, this ritual did not bother him, because she returned to her true form and reproduced her image. Among her clothes, a small, fragile bracelet adorned her leg, which emphasized and complemented her beauty. Her look was complete, and she appeared in an exquisite red dress, decorated with various flowers, with puffy sleeves and a long hem. It was as if her inner strength could not be contained within, and it burst out in the form of bright orange rays. With a powerful beam, she also touched Fong Ning, who had never experienced such a strong surge of energy before. He accepted this gift and felt an incredible satisfaction, as if his strength had doubled under the influence of Lier's magic. Emotions overwhelmed him so much that he could not restrain himself and screamed at the top of his voice, throwing out all his strength. This powerful beam struck the sky like lightning and attracted the attention of the uninvited guests who were going about their business on the roof of a high-rise building. These were ghost hunters who, upon seeing such a powerful release of spiritual power, became interested in who was capable of wielding it, because it seemed like something unfamiliar. They decided to first cover up the tracks of the chase, and then go check out what happened in the city center. But they didn't take into account that the monsters were still waiting for them and were ready to attack again at any moment. Taking advantage of the moment when the huntress lost her vigilance, The monsters decided to take her life and prepared to attack. But the monsters didn't take into account that they were dealing with experienced professionals, and, hearing some movements behind her, the huntress immediately reacted. She turned in one movement and accepted the challenge, which she was obviously confident of winning. There was another building in this city that held a rich history, but the strange events that took place in the city left no one indifferent. Two unfamiliar men were interrogating a criminal we already knew, and even they were distracted by the release of such a powerful energy beam. One of them said that the traces of the ghostly child had disappeared and it could be the work of soul hunters, and warned him against taking things so lightly. The second of these strangers was Chong Baidao, who said that they needed to find out who was behind this, but that was all for now, and they should get rid of this man who was no longer of any use. The servant humbly accepted the order and began to carry it out with pleasure, because killing people gave him the greatest pleasure. The tied-up man begged not to kill him because he was promised release if he answered all the questions. The servant smiled sarcastically at her husband and said that he had lied to him about his freedom and was still going to kill him. Having finished his work, the servant turned and headed for the exit, leaving the man's dead body in the middle of the room. Captain Yin also did not remain aloof from this energy explosion and, thinking about the sky, reasoned about where it came from. His partner, a young lieutenant, noticed the strange reaction and asked what had happened, but the captain brushed it off, saying that he had simply remembered something. The captain turned around and left, leaving Xiao Wang to rest, and received in response consent and a phrase that they would see each other tomorrow at the police station. While faithfully following the captain's orders, Xiao Wang thought to himself that this was too suspicious and that something serious was going on, but he was not being told about it. At that moment, Fong Ning could barely cope with the energy raging within him, believing that he would not be able to withstand the overwhelming surge of power. However, he managed to master this power, although the feeling of oppression frightened him so much that he thought he was about to burst. Lear sent someone approaching and told Fong Ning that they needed to get out of there, to which he agreed. As usual, they used Liar's magic to safely reach Fong Ning's apartment before dawn. Fong Ning immediately pulled the curtains on the window and said anxiously that his powerful beam of light had probably been seen by the entire city, and it would be written about in all the newspapers tomorrow. Liar assured him that ordinary people could not see spiritual energy unless it was condensed into a solid form. He asked why there was so much power this time, and Liar replied that a small portion was absorbed by the ghost child, and most of it was concentrated in her hair clip, and that was probably 1/10 of her maximum power. This information upset the boy a little, because he could barely withstand 1/10 of her strength, and it was hard to imagine how powerful Liar was in her prime. Fong Ning happily asked if she remembered anything else when she regained her strength and began to speak hesitantly. However, it was too difficult for her to talk about it, and she was afraid of what her subconscious was telling her. Fong Ning understood that she was having a hard time, and he didn't strain himself, giving her time to come to her senses and comprehend everything that was happening. Liar was glad that he understood and supported her, so she jumped out of bed and, out of joy, hugged him tightly, saying that she would always be there, no matter what happened. But their idyll changed when Fong Ning heard a message on his phone and immediately began to check what they had sent him. It was a message from Director Wang that the video about Haiyuan School had received thousands of views. Fong Ning decided to see what was going on and, upon visiting the page, was simply delighted by how viral the video had become. Views were accumulating at an incredible rate, and within 3 hours of its release, the video had over 1 million views. The public's comments exploded with delight, and Fong Ning was overjoyed at having gained the well-deserved popularity he had long awaited. The boy's eyes lit up with joy, and he was happy that this video had become even more popular than the previous one, filmed at the princess's tomb. His head was filled with thoughts that such popularity would open up new opportunities for him for advertising, selling products, and filming new programs. His thoughts of glory were interrupted by a strange feeling, and he looked around, trying to understand what was happening. It was Liar, who was inside him, who told him that he needed to look into the sea of his consciousness and there was no denial in her tone. Together, they found themselves again in the blue aquatic environment, plunging into the depths of consciousness. What he saw surprised Fong Ning. Everything had looked different last time. There were so many golden dolphins swimming in Fong Ning's sea of consciousness that they covered almost the entire space, illuminating it. Liar explained that these dolphins symbolize his fear, and when he is in a state of fear, he is filled with this energy which overwhelms his consciousness. She leaned against his back and gently asked him to close his eyes to demonstrate something, even though he already knew what was coming. Their clothes disappeared, and they found themselves completely naked again, feeling each other's bodies in the endless space of the sea of consciousness. They moved through the sea like fish, feeling every flow of energy and power of this man's consciousness. Meanwhile, in the real world, Fong Ning had finally found harmony between her outer and inner worlds and normalized the energy flow caused by fear. He suggested that such strong fear energy could have been caused by his popular video. With such strength, Fong Ning was confident that with it, he would have defeated the ghost child without Liar's help. However, all the events of today had left Fong Ning somewhat tired, and he realized that he needed rest. As he took a warm shower, he replayed in his mind all the recent events related to the soul of the dead child, the soul hunter, the mysterious policeman Zhang Tandao, and Jiang Li's lost memory, and realized that the world had changed for him. Then a secret organization of tomb raiders emerged, further changing his view of the world. Although it was both exciting and dangerous, he made a deal and couldn't back out. And he is ready to decisively fight evil and look at this world in a new way, discovering his true inner strength. Tired from the eventful day, Fong Ning tried to sleep, but he was awakened by strange dreams, and Liar noticed this. She walked up to him, concerned about his condition, and placed her hand on his forehead, trying to wake him up from his unpleasant dreams. Using transformation magic, she dissolved her clothes into thin air, leaving her completely naked. She wanted to go to bed with her beloved and spend the night next to him, because she had been waiting for this for thousands of years. She was overwhelmed with joy at being where she wanted and should be, because she had been too lonely in recent years. She had waited for this moment for hundreds of years, and, falling asleep on the shoulders of her lover, she finally found peace and satisfaction from the fact that her expectations had not been in vain. Fong Ning was still in the dream world, unaware that Liar was lying naked on the bed next to him. His dream was so realistic that it haunted him, and it didn't look at all like the building with people inside it engulfed in flames. However, he did not feel any pity for the building or the people who burned alive, because he had dreamed of this day all his life. A warm, sunny morning arrived, waking up the sleepy city and announcing to people the beginning of a new day. As usual, the blonde performed his morning routine in the bathroom, looking in the mirror and brushing his teeth. But his usual morning was interrupted by a message on his phone that he didn't expect, so he answered immediately. As he continued to brush his teeth, he watched in amazement as the flood of news that had descended upon him in just one morning. The gist of the message was that his video had been overtaken by some newcomer who had taken the lead the previous evening. He was very angry, not understanding that a video could get more than 3 million views in one night, since it had previously been the most popular. He ran out of the bathroom and headed to the computer to watch a video that could knock him off the top spot. He was interested in what exactly in this video could surpass his authority and the authority of the owner of this work. The clock struck 10 in the morning, but the guy had no time because nothing could be more important than his blog in first place among competitors. His disappointment knew no bounds because the video really was incredibly cool and deserved recognition. But an idea came to him, and he wrote a comment under the video about his unbearable desire to see a continuation of Lien Xiang's story. He wanted to further fuel the video's author's enthusiasm and wrote that Station B also deserves attention in the modern world. Meanwhile, morning had arrived, and a light, warm breeze tried to wake up our heroes in Fong Ning's apartment. But so far he hadn't succeeded because the magical spouses were still lounging in bed in no hurry. That night, Liar spent time with Fong Ning, which was what she had longed for most, and her fragile legs with the bracelet were enveloped in the rays of the sun. Their bodies were too close, and Fong Ning, in a sleepy state after a night of dreams, unconsciously hugged Lier. The dream was so touching that Fong Ning recounted what he had seen and fondly recalled the delicious steamed buns and rice cakes. In his dream, he was basking on a huge, delicious bun, holding 2 more in both hands, which he savored with pleasure in turn. But nearby he noticed something more delicious and appetizing, and of course he was attracted by the smell and its huge size. He pounced on the huge rice cake, declaring it incredibly soft and delicious, and tasted every inch. But then he opened one eye and realized it wasn't a dream, because the sensation seemed too real. He closed his eyes again and felt the delicious, mouth-watering bun, enticing with its tenderness and pleasant texture. But, separating the dream from reality, he realized that these were not rice cakes, because Lier was sleeping next to him, and obviously he felt her charm. The realization of what was happening shook him, and he, still lying in bed, screamed at the top of his lungs. He jumped out of bed as if he had been burned, tore off the blanket, clearly prepared for an unexpected and conflicting action. Lier was still too sleepy to understand what was happening and slowly got out of bed, rubbing her eyes. Just the sight of a naked girl in his bed caused Fong Ning's nose to bleed like a fountain. Lier was very worried about this and turned to a man for help to cope with the bleeding. The fact that she was trying to help while naked made the man's condition even worse, and he shouted at her not to move. Fong Ning grabbed his hand to stop the bleeding, ran to the table where the napkins were lying, and tried to stop the bleeding as quickly as possible. The girl was very afraid for Fong Ning while he was trying to cope with the heavy bleeding and did not understand what could have caused such a reaction. Fong Ning rolled the napkins into small rolls, stuffed them into his nose, and shouted at Lier to get dressed immediately. Finally, she began to understand why he was reacting so aggressively toward her, as she did not want to get involved in unnecessary conflicts. Slowly she rose to the floor, fulfilling her husband's request for the clothes she needed. Using transformation magic, she began to create new clothes for herself again to please her lover. After completing the transformation, she turned to Fong Ning to have her new style and appearance assessed. However, her new look surprised the guy, as it was radically different from her previous outfit. She stood before him in leg warmers that reached just above her hips and a luxurious short dress that combined red and white colors with gold accents on the sleeves. The look suited her incredibly well, given the subtle details on the phone that drew attention to themselves. Fong Ning was surprised to see Lier standing in front of the window, basking in the sun, as she had never been exposed to direct sunlight before. Lier showed her hairpin and said that with its help she had regained some of her strength and was now not afraid of daylight. While she was adjusting her hair, Fong Ning told her that her usual clothes were different from what she was wearing now, and she replied that he himself had told her that the long skirt was uncomfortable. Fong Ning found it too strange that a ghost could appear during the day. He doubted that Lier was a ghost and not something else. Lier threw herself into Fong Ning's arms, happy that he liked her new look and that she was able to please him. At this moment, a phone rang throughout the room, and Fong Ning looked over to where he had left his phone. With a respectful air, he pushed Lier away from him and told him that he should answer the call. This unexpected call alarmed him, and he did not know what to expect, but he still decided to find out. Director Wong called to personally inform me that Fong Ning's video had won first place in the rankings. Fong Ning, who had recently experienced a storm of emotions over this information, now stated in a rather calm tone that he knew about the success of his work. Director Wong continued that several companies have already contacted him to offer to advertise in the next video, with each of these advertising campaigns costing tens of dollars. Fong Ning advised against rushing into publicity, lest he lose viewers' favor for the sake of dubious fame, and inquired whether the director had previously collaborated with streaming platforms. Director Wong replied that he had worked with one streamer, but his overnight subscriber count was nowhere near Fong Ning's. Fong Ning offered him an agreement where he would film videos and create content, and Director Wong would edit and manage the videos, thereby doubling the account's popularity. The director briefly doubted that his small studio could handle Fong Ning's potential and popularity, but countered that he was completely satisfied with his previous collaborations and had a good impression of his studio. Fong Ning then resorted to a win-win move, saying that if the director didn't want to cooperate with him, it didn't matter and he would find someone else. This maneuver prompted director Wong to make a decision, and he happily agreed to partner with the young streamer. The director then moved on to the topic of profit distribution, proposing various percentages, but Fong Ning offered him more than he expected. Fong Ning explained this generosity by saying that at the beginning of his career, all the studios refused to pay him, and only director Wong's studio showed enough respect and provided quality service, for which he now wants to thank them. These words touched the director, and he said that he would make every effort to promote this project and provide all the necessary services so as not to let down the respected Fong Ning. As he was leaving, Fong Ning asked the director to send him the contract by mail, but in the meantime he had other matters that required his attention. Looking through the comments, Fong Ning began to understand why he had so much fearsome power. The video had gone viral, and he wondered how much Lear had been able to restore her strength by releasing his energy. After finishing all the work on the computer, Fong Ning stood up from the table and turned to tell Lear that everything was fine and exactly as he wanted. Lear asked what happened, and Fong Ning asked if yesterday's power to instill fear in her was enough to restore his strength. She replied that at the first meeting at the princess's grave, there was much more energy, and that she was still far from fully recovered. She presented him with a bullet to show him that at its peak it had been completely filled, but now it only had a quarter of its strength left, if not less. Fong Ning was upset that her recovery was still far away, and they couldn't be sure that this power would be enough to defeat the monster from the Haiyuan school. But Lear said that the chances were very high, so there was nothing to worry about. This encouraged the guy, but before getting down to business, he suggested eating and resting to restore his strength. He firmly declared that they would go to Haiyuan school this evening and finish what they had started. For Lear, this was a sign that a delicious dinner was in store for her, and she was looking forward to the evening with great anticipation. The long-awaited night has arrived, enveloping all the mystical secrets of the city that our heroes planned to uncover. In full battle readiness, Fong Ning waited for the right moment to face the monster again. He opened the window that had recently replaced the front door and ordered Lear to prepare for the trip. She understood everything from the first word and, as usual, walked up to him, took him by the shoulders, and set off on the upcoming flight. This time, Lear rushed forward at the speed of the wind, and Fong Ning, frightened by such a sudden gust, did not have time to understand what had happened. However, they weren't the only visitors to the school that evening, as a recently popular blogger also wanted to make a ghost video. But the atmosphere of this mystical place seriously frightened him, and for his fear he received a kick from his partner. He added that fear was misplaced here, because in front of them was the very place that represented fame and popularity, so they needed to adapt to the wave, not run away from it. The frightened guy understood that this was his only chance to regain popularity, but thoughts about the ghosts of this place did not leave him. The partner, now in a friendly manner, put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that it was all fake, high-quality special effects using various mechanisms, and that the internet is now full of similar paranormal videos. At that moment, he felt someone grab him by the shoulder, and with horror on their faces, both of them screamed in fear in voices that were not their own. They started drinking as if they had seen a real ghost, and the young girl stood and watched as two grown men shed tears. In a commanding tone, she said that they had agreed to meet at the entrance to the school, not to hide behind a tree and think that she was a ghost, and if they were such cowards, they should go home. The man, still recovering from the fright he had experienced, said that in uninhabited and abandoned places people still feel like ants. The guy politely turned to the director and said that the popular video was filmed using special effects, but they didn't take anything with them, so there was no point in competing. The girl was angry because they never had any special equipment, and they came here straight for reconnaissance. She took out a notebook and started writing down ideas for the title of a new video, exposing the illusion of the most popular video about the real history of Haiyuan Elementary School, and the man standing next to him obsequiously agreed with everything she suggested. The manager, noticing his feigned friendly tone, waved her hand, saying that it was time for them to go to the filming location. But the man approached her and said with horror that he heard someone approaching and that some sound were coming from the forest. In the depths of the forest, two figures were visible, a woman and a man, who were our heroes, but the uninvited guests did not yet know anything about it. The first thing they guessed was that it was the same ghost mentioned in the legend of Haiyuan, and they screamed at the top of their voices in fear. Fong Ning and Li Er discovered a strange photograph of two grown men hiding behind a tiny, fragile girl, believing they were seeing ghosts, while she screamed at them, humiliating their already low dignity. Having come to his senses, the man straightened up and in his defense declared that these people were definitely not ghosts, as they might have thought, because ghosts do not exist. The girl started a dialogue with the couple, apologizing for her polite colleagues, and Fong Ning asked who they were and what they were doing there. The man introduced himself as Zhang Xiao and, without hesitation, said bluntly that they had come here to inspect the location shown in the infamous video and to see if they could film something similar. His words were supported by others present, Mao Xing, Zhang's assistant, and their leader Lin Huang, who participated in the live broadcasts. And then the guy seemed to realize that standing in front of him was the same blogger as in the viral video, whom he did not immediately recognize. His companions didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and the guy explained that this was the same blogger who had received the title of the strongest newcomer this year, and it was thanks to his video that they got here. The leader understood what was going on, but Mao Xing's evasive words could ruin everything, so she interrupted him, continuing her conversation with Fong Ning. She persistently asked Fong Ning for an autograph, noting the unexpectedness of the meeting, and asked if she and the girl who also appeared in the video were a couple. Fong Ning didn't want to answer this question, but in Lear's presence, he couldn't just ignore it, so he briefly said that it was his wife. He added that if they want to watch the live broadcast or video from Haiyuan Elementary School, they should come back tomorrow afternoon. The husband filed a complaint against Fong Ning because his name was not on here, so anyone could film here. Without reacting, Fong Ning declared that there were real ghosts living in this city, and he did not advise coming here at night. Turning to them, he added in a serious tone that their lives could be in danger due to their own recklessness. Zhang did not approve of his warning and shouted at Fong Ning, who was standing behind him, that he knew what kind of special effects he was using and that he did not believe in any ghosts, because if that were true, Fong Ning would not have gotten out of there alive and would not have returned to film the sequel. A strong wind arose, which conveyed to the three Fong Ning's words that they should return home to save their lives. And that was all they needed to know, and whether they believed it or not was their choice. The guy was confused by the incomprehensible origin of this wind in completely windless weather, but for him, it will remain a mystery. But then he saw that the couple had already entered the school, probably to film the rest of the video. The man wanted to follow them to uncover the secrets of their filming and steal the idea of their content's popularity, but the guy tried to politely refuse him because it would be very low and unprofessional, and he, frankly, was afraid to go there. However, the leader took up the idea and said that they might not have the opportunity to see how videos like this are made again, so she turned to our heroes. The boy had no choice but to follow them because he didn't want to look like a coward, especially in front of the leader. As they approached the entrance, they had to pass through a magical barrier, but it was invisible to them, so they did not suspect anything. Plucking up their courage, they walked closer and found themselves in the courtyard of Haiyuan School, still confident that there were no ghosts there. Fong Ning and Li Er were already inside, and he sincerely hoped that the three outside would listen to his advice, because if there was danger, he would not be able to protect them. He asked Liar if she felt the presence of a ghost and where they needed to go to find it. Liar happily replied that she felt as if the ghost was in the same room upstairs as last time. Fong Ning was delighted and threw the phone into the girl's hands so that she could start filming, and was a little embarrassed by this gesture. As she walked up the stairs, Fong Ning shouted to Li Er that it was time to start recording and prepared herself for some explosive content. He began addressing his followers in his usual manner, beginning with congratulations and announcing that he was once again at the mysterious Haiyuan school. He also said that 3 days ago he encountered an unknown monster here and was forced to retreat, but Lien Xiang's soul was still imprisoned and waiting for him to save it. Approaching the director's office, he continued, stating that he could not leave this matter aside and had to get to the bottom of the mysterious events taking place in this place. Having knocked down the door to the office, he triumphantly declared that he was back, and this time he was not going to retreat. They entered the office, which had been destroyed after their previous visit, and tried to find out where the monster was hiding. Liar sensed where the monster's energy was concentrated and pointed to the very comb that was lying on the table for Fong Ning. Fan Ning speculated that this comb was probably closely connected with the girl Lien Xiang during her life, and that was why her soul was here. Touching the comb, Fong Ning felt an unearthly power erupt from it like a volcano, blinding him, and he heard the voice of a thunderous monster. How dare he return here? The monster showed its ugly face and declared that once Fong Ning was here, she would no longer be able to escape so easily due to the barrier it had set up around the perimeter of the school. Fong Ning didn't show much interest in this information, as he was confident that he would defeat the monster and no obstacles would stop him. Without further ado, Fong Ning unleashed his newfound strength on the monster, demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions. The monster did not expect to receive such a powerful charge of spiritual power, and the blow caught it off guard. The monster shouted at the guy how he was able to master such power in a few days, guessing that he was probably a soul hunter. Fong Ning replied that he had always been strong, and if he couldn't defeat the monster, he would definitely find a way to do so. The monster was angry at his arrogant behavior because he could not tolerate such bullying and was ready to destroy this guy. The monster had carefully prepared for the encounter with the hunter and intended to demonstrate to him an unprecedented level of strength. He appeared before him in impenetrable iron armor, from which only hellish eyes were visible, and said that Fong Ning's strength was not enough to defeat him, and that he was rejoicing prematurely. Concentrating its crushing energy in its hands, the monster declared that the real battle would begin right now. Showing off his invincible strength, he added that no one could separate him from Lien Xiang, not even a soul hunter. Its strength was truly too great, and Fong Ning felt the pressure of the magical field created by the monster. Meanwhile, filming was taking place in the schoolyard, and the 3 people who arrived there were unaware of what was happening inside. The man told the camera that they were near Haiyuan Elementary School to check the veracity of the legend about this place or to dispel the myth of ghosts. But at that moment, a loud voice reached them, shouting about how dare they come back here, and this made sweat appear on the man's forehead. From the top floor of the school, where the principal's office was located, the monster's incredible fury spilled out onto the arrogant Fong Ning, who smashed the windows. The frightened blogger fell to the ground in horror, shocked by the paranormal phenomenon he had witnessed. With a deafening explosion, Fong Ning himself flew out of the window, not expecting such a powerful blow from a monster and unable to withstand this energy. The leader of the trio shouted furiously that Fong Ning would simply die if he fell from the 5th floor. Lear, seeing that Fong Ning was in trouble, rushed with all her might to save her husband from a tragic death, caring for his life with all her heart. Luckily, she managed to catch Fong Ning as he fell, thus saving him from death, and he was incredibly surprised by this. Holding Fong Ning in her arms, Lear tried to leave the place as quickly as possible, while the 3 remaining behind were shocked by what had happened and simply watched them go. The guy was still standing with the phone in his hands and, turning to Zhang, asked if it seemed to him that they were actually flying. Zhang, in turn, stated with a neutral look that all of this was just technology and special effects, since he did not believe in paranormal phenomena. But this time a monster was not going to let its guests go so easily and flew away after Fong Ning and Liar out the window. He dropped to one knee, and under the weight of his body the earth split into pieces, intending to catch up with the impudent troublemakers. The powerful force wave that arose when a monster landed threw back the trio, standing in the courtyard, and then they thought that it couldn't be special effects. All they had to do was run away, as quickly as possible from the fury that was unleashed upon them by the terrible monster. But the monster foresaw their fear and that they would want to run away, so it said that none of them would leave this place alive. He was seething with anger that someone had dared to touch what belonged to him, and he was not going to let it go unpunished. The school grounds were covered by a magical force dome created by the monster to prevent victims from escaping. The guy from the trio tried to get through the barrier, but of course failed, which he reported to his other two friends. Zhang became angry, declaring that he did not believe in this demonic act and that there was no barrier that could contain it. He accelerated and tried to break through the monster's magical shield, but was thrown back by the shockwave. And then he was overcome with the feeling that their death would come here, and he regretted that he had not listened to Fong Ning and followed him into the monster's lair. The chieftain became angry at his whining and said that there was no point in regretting anything now, and their only hope of getting out of there alive was if Fong Ning defeated this monster. Meanwhile, Fong Ning realized that it would not be easy, as the monster possessed extremely powerful powers such as electromagnetic shock or compressed air mass, and until now, he did not know how to counter it. The monster's size was tens of times larger than the tiny Fong Ning, and its strength was clearly not the same, but the monster had counted on this when it launched its attack. Fong Ning could only quickly dodge the monster's crushing blows until he came up with a way to defeat it. Having missed, the monster struck the ground again, cutting it with an iron fist, but this did not harm him, but only made him even more angry. Fong Ning flew around the monster like an insignificant fly, dodging its attacks from time to time, because one blow could be his last. But he couldn't hide for long, and he had to come face to face with the driving force of the ghost and at least try to fight back. The blow was filled with a powerful energy charge, and a hellish current ran through the guy's body, burning every cell of his flesh. The monster's hands were surging with lightning-fast, powerful energy, and it threw Fong Ning away like an insect without feeling the slightest pain. After ramming himself onto the hard ground, Fong Ning was able to recover from the incredible flow of energy that had paralyzed him from the inside and prevented him from moving. There were purple stains of blood on his hands, indicating deep wounds, but he ignored the pain, thinking about the best tactics to fight. The monster was only consoled by the guy's optimism, who said that he wanted to see how long he could withstand his blows. Lyre wanted to help her husband discreetly using her magic, but in such a way that it would seem on camera that he was the only one fighting the monster. She created magic chains that could restrain the monster for at least a while and give Fong Ning a rest. And it wasn't just time, because the monster was one step away from destroying Fong Ning, and Lyre's magic only took effect before his eyes. The magical chains bound the monster, preventing it from completing its plan, and in the frame, it looked exactly as Fong Ning wanted. Realizing that the monster had been immobilized for some time, Fong Ning began to mock it, saying that he was standing in front of it and waiting for it to kill him, which is what he promised. The monster ordered him to let go immediately, while Fong Ning stood a few meters away and mocked him. But such games didn't work on Fong Ning, and he knew that if he let the monster go, it would immediately attack back. So he approached the ghost to reveal his true story. Fong Ning reasoned that if the ghost was chained to the director's office, then he was the one who committed suicide in that office and used his spiritual power to remove the iron armor from the ghost. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw the former headmaster of Haiyuan School in front of him and realized that it was he who killed the innocent Lien Xiang. The man began to justify himself by saying that he did not want to kill the girl, and that if she had not resisted, he would not have had to resort to extreme measures. He seemed mentally unstable and said that the girl was to blame for everything and that she should have stayed with him instead of running away. Disgusted by this creature that corrupted minors, Fong Ning slapped the director in the face to somehow calm his anger. Fong Ning couldn't contain his emotions and said that this was a disgusting act toward a very young girl who still had her whole life ahead of her. The director's face showed remorse and guilt, but this would not bring back the innocent Lien Xiang's life, so it had no effect on Fong Ning. He was ready to deal with the ghostly pervert, but before doing so, he asked where he was hiding Lien Xiang, and having said this, he he promised him a quick death. Guilt turned to anger, and the director declared that he would under no circumstances allow Fong Ning to take Lien Xiang away from him. His anger was so strong that it crashed into the center of power and tore apart Liar's magical chains, creating a shockwave. Even Liar didn't expect such power from the ghost, so she warned Fong Ning to be careful because they didn't know what else this monster was capable of. However, the monster wasted no time. Its eyes filled with blood from rage, and it went on the offensive, trying to knock Fong Ning to the ground. The ghost grabbed Fong Ning and threw him with all his might into the wall of the building, which collapsed from the incredibly powerful impact. Fong Ning pressed his entire body into the next wall, which barely withstood the impact, not breaking in half but only cracking at the seams. Right behind him, an enraged ghost jumped out through a crack in the wall, trying to finish off its victim before he could recover, and Fong Ning mentally asked Liar how this could happen. But Liar didn't know under what circumstances the monster's strength began to recover so quickly, despite his and Fong Ning's efforts to destroy them. The monster acted like a mad animal and was ready to do anything to never be separated from Lien Xiang. He threw several electric balls at Fong Ning, but he managed to dodge them and remained unharmed. But before he could recover from the previous blow, another fiery explosion followed, which did not leave Fong Ning alone, throwing him deeper into the building, and he already doubted that this story would end well for him. However, as usual, Liar appeared at the very last moment, grabbing Fong Ning's arm and preventing him from colliding with the next wall that his body would no longer be able to withstand. Using the power of her magic, she began to create chains again in hopes of containing the even more enraged monster. But this time the ghost did not fall into her trap because he already knew about her and, having bypassed all the chains, continued to approach them. His face was disfigured, covered in bloody spots, as if blood was seeping from his eyes, and he bared his sharp teeth at Liar, ordering him to get out of the way. The monster's goal was to destroy the arrogant guy who was preventing it from being with its Lien Xiang, so it dealt its crushing blow, trying to finish off the already wounded Fong Ning. Fong Ning could no longer withstand the monster's powerful energy force and took the blow with pain, but Liar still tried to protect him. A powerful blow slammed Fong Ning into the ground, accompanied by gusty winds and clouds of dust rising from the impact site. Fong Ning's strength was at its limit, and looking at his numerous wounds, Liar offered to deal with the monster herself, because she could not allow the death of her loved one. Fong Ning didn't agree with this, and, wiping the blood from his cut lip, ordered Liar to hide in his body to reduce the radius of defense. Liar listened to him, and together they began to move away from the monster, thinking over a plan on how to defeat it, since it was advancing too quickly in the fight. Meanwhile, the monster also changed its tactics, and instead of simply destroying the guy, it wanted to leave his soul in this place forever. Liar's power helped Fong Ning move faster and more energetically, allowing him to dodge the monster's attacks pursuing him. The boy realized that he needed to get to the director's office, because only there was no magical barrier, and only there could the solution to this story be hidden. Flashes of magical attacks from the monster could be seen from the windows of the building, trying to catch Fong Ning off guard, but so far he had managed to completely evade them. On the way to the office, another electromagnetic trap from the ghost was waiting for him, and Fong Ning realized that stopping now would mean death, and there would be no next opportunity to get closer to solving the problem. Gritting his teeth, he decided to risk his life to restore justice and defeat evil. Holding his breath, he pushed off the ground, radiating all his spiritual power, which was his only hope of success. There was no room for fear in his soul, because he directed all his energy to focusing confidence and thirst for life. As he made his way through the electromagnetic flashes, Fong Ning was unsure of his success, but one attempt was worth 1,000 doubts, so he resolutely moved forward. Behind him, fiery streams of energy erupted, reaching Fong Ning with their hellish heat and heating the space to an unbearable temperature. Having safely escaped the trap, Fong Ning turned around to reassess what he had been through and, with a sigh, realized that it had not been easy, but he was closer to meeting Lien Xiang, and it was worth it. He thought that Lien Xiang only appeared in the principal's office when someone touched him, and most likely, she was still there. He reached the director's office, where he discovered a huge hole in the wall through which Fong Ning had recently flown out. Immediately after him, the ghost of the director himself entered the office, saying that now Fong Ning had nowhere to run. The monster's demonic face broke into a smile, and he said that today, everyone, the three of them outside, Fan Ning and the girl inside him, would die because no one would break their connection with Lien Xiang. Fan Ning, standing by the table, looked at the wooden comb and said that Lien Xiang's soul was probably hidden here. The monster looked at the guy in surprise, as if he didn't expect him to guess everything so quickly and reveal his actions. Fong Ning swung his sword to crush the ridge and free Lien Xiang, while the monster tried its best to stop him. Concentrating all his spiritual power into one strike, Fong Ning smashed the comb onto the table with a loud bang. A spell appeared in front of him that prevented the comb's magic from being destroyed, and he began to think that the last time Lien Xiang was seen alive was in this very office, and it was here that her soul first saw him, so there was only one conclusion. Taking the comb in his hands, he said that there was probably a secret place in this room, and this table was the very magic knot that would open this place. The director was furious that Fong Ning had guessed everything, but he couldn't just let him enter the secret space. So he prepared to deal a crushing blow, declaring that he would never allow him to separate himself from Lien Xiang. Realizing that danger was approaching, Liar could not stand aside and used magic to strike back. But her strength was not enough, and the monster gained the upper hand, pinning them to a dead end while Liar still tried to resist. The monster proved too strong and, concentrating a new energy charge, directed it at the defenseless hunters. Fong Ning watched as the energy ball approached Liar, fear and despair frozen in her eyes. The monster's energy erupted in a firestorm as it reached its destination, and he thought it was all over. On his disfigured face, one could see incredible joy and pleasure from another murder, which warmed his black soul. His dark eyes burned with hellish fire, reflecting the magical flames in the office with which he destroyed the hunters. But his joy was premature, because Fong Ning managed to save Lier, protecting him from the monster's super powerful blow. Taking advantage of the moment when the monster lost its vigilance, they discovered a portal to a secret space and hurried there. Meanwhile, in the secret room, an exhausted Lien Xiang was chained up in the air. Hearing the sound, she looked up and saw a portal open in front of her. As usual, she knew that this monster would come again to laugh at her, but this time the long-awaited saviors appeared from the portal. Her joy knew no bounds when she saw Fong Ning as her only hope for salvation, and her heart was filled with incredible relief. They didn't want to waste any time, so Fong Ning immediately went to free the girl, while Liar returned to the portal because the monster could appear at any moment. Fong Ning told the girl that he had come to fire her, as he had promised, and at this time, Lier was trying to hold back the director's ghost from invading through the portal. Using his spiritual power, Fong Ning broke the chains that had bound Lien Xiang's fragile arms for 10 years. Exhausted, she fell onto Fong Ning's chest, feeling an incredible relief in his embrace, freed from the burden of the shackles. It was impossible to hold back the Liar portal for long, and the ghost entered the secret space, shouting for Fan Ning to take his hands off Lien Xiang. Fong Ning looked overconfident and said that he came here to kill the evil monster and take Lien Xiang away, so he would not retreat until he had completed his plan. Pretending to be polite, the ghost told Lien Xiang in a pleasant tone to behave well and come to him, and then he would protect her. Lien Xiang, in turn, hid behind Fong Ning as if it was the safest place in the entire country. The ghost hoped that she would choose him immediately if such a choice presented itself, but he was destined to be rejected, which greatly upset him. The sadness gradually turned into disappointment, and then into the anger of a bloodthirsty monster who was not going to give in so easily and abandon Lien Xiang. His rage reached incredible proportions because Lien Xiang had no right to refuse him and choose some boy instead. The greatest battle between good and evil was approaching, and the monster did not want to spare anyone, preparing a cruel reprisal against the thieves of his property. The three bloggers were still outside, exchanging guesses about what was going on inside the school, because after the explosion, everything had calmed down and they were worried about whether our heroes were alive. Zhang said that the winner might already be decided, and he hoped that Fong Ning defeated the ghost, otherwise they would all be finished. The principal noticed strange activity at the entrance to the school, as if someone was trying to break out. But it didn't seem that way to her, because a stream of shining energy burst out of the doors at incredible speed, destroying everything in its path. The shock wave of the powerful energy explosion also affected the trio in the courtyard, who found themselves in the force field of this impact. All three lost consciousness after being struck by an energy blast from within the school building. The monster screamed in rage that no one would separate him from Lin Xiang, and if she wanted to leave, she would die along with the hunters and remain here forever. Lear turned to Fong Ning, who felt something strange in the mist that had created the ghost. She felt like the formation was absorbing their power, and she wouldn't be able to hold off the monster for long, so she needed to quickly come up with a solution. Fan Ning asked Lin Xiang if she knew any of this monster's weak points because she knew him better than anyone. Lin Xiang replied that the monster's weak point was its chest, and now that it was deprived of the protection of spiritual power, it had become even more vulnerable, but it was practically impossible to break through the electromagnetic ball surrounding it. Fong Ning remembered that he had already managed to overcome this trap once, and that if he was fast enough, he would be able to get closer to the monster. Fong Ning began to dodge the dangerous energy balls with lightning speed, getting closer and closer to the ghost. For the monster, this was more of a suicide attempt than a heroic deed, and he put even more effort into helping this guy die. But Fong Ning was serious and had no intention of dying without first sending the monster itself to the afterlife. After dodging all the charged balls, Fong Ning was close enough to deliver a crushing blow to the beast, and without hesitation, he pierced the ghost through and through. The monster was puzzled that Fong Ning could cause him such harm, and blood gushed out of his mouth from the blow, and he screamed that it was impossible. The monster's power began to grow, creating an electromagnetic ball that carried a deadly danger. The concentrated charge, which the monster could no longer handle due to the injury it had received, exploded, creating a red-hot fiery edge. The wounds inflicted by Fong Ning proved fatal to the monster, and exhausted, it fell to its knees, slowly dying. He muttered something about the girl Yanir, asked her not to leave him, and said that he knew that his father was to blame for everything. A weak hand reached out to Lin Xiang, trying to say something, but his strength quickly left him. The last thing he said before disappearing was to apologize to Lin Xiang for taking her life. Part of the ghost soul moved into Fong Ning's sea of consciousness, and Lear absorbed his soul power. After watching the fragments from the life of director Fong Ning, I realized that I was wrong in my first assumption, and the husband had a wife and daughter. He had a beautiful wife and daughter named Yanir, with whom he lived a happy life and thought it would always be that way. But his hopes were dashed after a car accident 15 years ago, which divided his life into periods of before and after. As a result of the accident, he was pinned to the driver's seat by steel bars, and his wife and daughter were thrown out of the car by inertia and died as a result of the collision. The man watched his loving family die before his eyes, and the worst thing was that he could no longer help them. He was desperate and no longer saw the point of living until someone found him and took advantage of his broken heart. The man was confused and completely changed his worldview, promising the opportunity to restore everything and resurrect his dead daughter. Fong Ning turned to Lin Xiang and continued to say that she was supposed to be the vessel for the resurrection of the director's daughter, but he was deceived and believed that suicide was part of the ritual. But in reality, his daughter's soul had disappeared a long time ago, and when he found out about it, it was already too late because he was locked up together with Lin Xiang as a lonely soul. Fan Ning lowered himself to Lin Xiang's eye level and assured her that at first, the director had indeed treated her like his own daughter, but his psyche couldn't withstand the cruel pressure, and he lost control of his emotions, becoming more and more domineering. After listening to Fong Ning, the girl asked if he knew any news about her parents, because she missed them very much. Fong Ning said that after the first visit, he called the number listed in the newspaper, but it turned out to be invalid, and after that he went to the police station, where he was informed of the death of his daughter's parents, and he thought that they probably could not bear the grief and despair of losing their daughter. Lien Xiang politely thanked her saviors for freeing her from the mad ghost and bowed her head in sincere respect. Fong Ning laughed when she saw how respectful the girl was towards them and said that she could just call him by his name without showing any honor. In the blink of an eye, the girl's condition began to deteriorate significantly, and she felt that her end was near. Her body began to emit spiritual power, and she glowed like a lantern, which confused Fong Ning as he didn't understand what was happening to her. The girl calmly replied that she held no grudge and that her life was supported by the director's ghost. And when he disappeared, even her own spiritual powers would no longer be able to remain in her body, and she would soon disappear. She added that there was no reason to be upset about her death because Fong Ning had helped her quit, and being able to quit had been her long-time wish. For a moment, she even felt a little sad that she would no longer be able to see how beautiful this world was, but she was glad that she no longer had to kill people. Fong Ning was upset by the ending of the story and asked Liar if there was any way they could help Lien Xiang. Liar replied that this required something that could establish a connection with her and use enormous spiritual power to protect her soul. Fan Ning remembered the wooden comb that had belonged to Lien Xiang in life and thought that it would be perfect for this ritual. He took out the comb and brought it to Lien Xiang so that she could bind her soul to it and remain in this world. But his plan failed because nothing happened, and the ridge seemed to be protected by some kind of magic that did not allow anyone to touch it. Lien Xiang wasn't upset at all, but only said that they would see Fong Ning in the next life, if the afterlife still existed. Before Fong Ning's eyes, the girl dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only small sparks of light, and he still held her comb in his hands. He threw down his comb in irritation, hitting the ground with his fist in a sign of general disappointment and despair. He burst into tears of grief because he had failed to keep his promise to save Lien Xiang and felt guilty towards him. All that was left of Lien Xiang was a single comb that could remind Fong Ning of her. But some kind of force began to emanate from the comb, causing it to rise into the air. Fan Ning saw Lien Xiang's comb flash before his eyes and didn't understand what it could mean. With the help of her magic hairpin, Liar performed some kind of ritual that was supposed to return everything to its place. She opened her palm to reveal a little girl, Lien Xiang, curled up next to the comb. Fan Ning couldn't believe his eyes because he was desperate to save Lien Xiang, and looking at her little replica with tears in his eyes, his heart filled with warmth. Liar said that if her husband wanted the girl to survive, she would find a way to do so, and she shared her power with her, and that should be enough to keep her alive. She added that the girl's mental strength is still very weak, and she will need time to recover before she can go outside, and there is enough space in the ridge for training. After the lyrical part, Liar pinched Fong Ning's side so hard that he even cried out in unexpected pain. Liar explained that even though she saved Lien Xiang's life, she should still remain the only one for Fong Ning, to which the guy replied that the girl was only 13 years old at the time of her death, and they could consider her their younger sister, and not Fong Ning's lover. Fong Ning carefully took Liar's hands in his, and with trepidation, sincerely thanked her for giving the girl a chance to survive. Keeping their cool, they headed towards the exit, discussing that Fong Ning's incredible speed could be the result of awakening his own spiritual power without Liar's help. Fong Ning said that it was probably an ability to manipulate space and time, allowing one to slow down one's own time 1,000 times in an instant and coordinate movements to achieve maximum speed, which was theoretically impossible. Fong Ning added that it seemed like a superpower in a game, but Liar didn't know anything about this video game, so it was still unclear to her. Fong Ning also revealed that the moment he decided to take the initiative against the monster, a voice from the sea of consciousness told him the name of the skill he should use, and that name sounded like a dream that had lasted 1,000 years. Liar listened to this guy with delight, and the name of the skill, sleep for 1,000 years, caused mixed feelings in her, as if it concerned her specifically. Looking at the three unconscious people in the courtyard, Fong Ning mused that he'd warned them not to come here, and this is what had happened. He then asked Lier if everything would be all right. She replied that several years of their lives had been consumed, but they were fine, and other than a headache upon waking, there was no danger. There was a phone with the camera on next to the unconscious boy, and Fong Ning decided to take them outside the school to let them come to their senses there. Leaving them at the entrance to the school, our heroes flew home to rest after today's eventful day. As usual, they reached Fong Ning's apartment before dawn, sneaking in through the window. Fong Ning collapsed onto the bed with a smile and told Lier that after meeting her, his usual daily routine had completely been disrupted. Lier realized that he was tired, and, undressing, she also began to lie down to sleep next to her husband. Seeing Lier's naked body, Fong Ning hurriedly stopped her to avoid another nosebleed. He quickly ran to the chest of drawers with his things, carefully sorting through everything, as if looking for something very important. Having found what he was looking for, he told Lier that it would be better for them to sleep under different blankets and later down on the bed. Lier, in turn, was outraged by her lover's behavior because she did not understand why he was doing this. Without waiting for an answer, Fong Ning announced that he would go to bed first, leaving Lier alone with her thoughts. The girl had no choice but to lie down next to her under another blanket, and Fong Ning sighed with relief, finally being able to sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, near Haiyuan School, three bloggers began to regain consciousness after losing consciousness due to the influence of the ghost power. The leader of the group woke up first, gradually realizing where she was and how she got there. When she came to, she tied up her two friends with tape to wake them up, although, judging by their state, she thought it would be difficult to do. Mocking the sleepy men, she said that breakfast was already served, but one of them replied that they almost died, and what kind of breakfast could they even talk about? The girl raised her head, looked at the sign with the school's name, and thought about what happened yesterday and how they were saved, while the boys sat and examined their bodies for wounds. And then the girl began to remember some moments from the previous night, and her memories gradually returned to her. She asked her colleagues if the video they had taken yesterday, before the paranormal events began, was still there. They picked up the phone, and Zhang said the video should be there, but the boys suspiciously noted that he remembered the phone still being in Zhang's hand when they passed out, and now he'd pulled it out of his pocket. However, Zhang dismissed him and started searching for the video. They watched the last footage, which showed the monster bound by magical chains, and Fong Ning standing in front of it. The three of them decided that only he could save them, and their lives were completely in Fong Ning's hands, which further undermined their morale. But blogger Zhang was only interested in the fact that he now had a truly supernatural video that they could edit and post online, which would undoubtedly bring them popularity. While the grown men were delighted with their idea like children, their leader thought that Fong Ning's video actually didn't have any special effects, which is why it looked so realistic, and the guy was really struggling with stupidity, but she didn't know for what purpose. Their speculation also deepened to the fact that the girl next to him could very well be a ghost from the princess's tomb. Meanwhile, Fanning was gradually coming to his senses after a surprisingly long and restful sleep that had restored his strength. Sitting in bed, he thought that every time he woke up during the day, he felt as if he had lost something. He glanced furtively at the other side of the bed, where Lier was still sleeping, to check if she had opened anything during the night and exposed her body again. Wrapped in a blanket, Lier enjoyed the warmth and comfort of the bed, unaware that she was being watched. Fong Ning wanted to discreetly touch the strange amulet that Lier always wore on her head, but she was afraid of waking her up. His intention was interrupted by the phone ringing throughout the room, and Fong Ning hurried to answer. Picking up the phone, he answered in a still, sleepy voice, not understanding why they were calling him so early. It was Director Wong who called and said that Fong Ning's video had already received more than 90 million views. Fong Ning replied that it was nothing special, but Director Wong countered that he was being too modest. Director Wong continued that, judging by the number of views, the video entered the top 10 most viewed videos, and as a newcomer to the business, Fong Ning has gained unprecedented popularity and is now being discussed all over the internet. Hearing no reaction to his words, Director Wong thought something was wrong and asked Fong Ning, but nothing happened. Fong Ning hastened to reassure the director that everything was fine, but when she looked at Li she saw that the blanket had slipped off her, and all her charms were revealed before his eyes. Li muttered something sleepily, but Fong Ning thought that when she earned enough money, she would definitely buy a big house and give Li some pajamas. Fong Ning's innermost thoughts began to spill out, and he thought that if this continued every morning, he wouldn't be able to hold back for long. Moving from the bedroom to the living room, Fong Ning sat on the sofa and continued talking on the phone. Director Wong continued by stating that they were offered a contract, but given the number of revisions and their cost, they would be able to benefit from this agreement. Fong Ning was incredibly excited about this idea and ordered the contract to be signed immediately because this amount exceeded his annual earnings from construction. After hearing these words, Fong Ning leaned back on the sofa tiredly, thinking that if he met Li he would be able to earn a lot of money in just a few days. And it wasn't just about money, because he gained access to spiritual power, soul magic, and other supernatural things he couldn't even dream of before. He opened the bedroom door and saw the girl who completely turned his life upside down. Although, remembering their first meeting, when she almost strangled him, he could not believe that she was so kind and sensitive. But now she has become an integral part of his life, and he will try to help her regain her memories, despite the fact that she can leave him, remembering everything, because this will be her conscious choice. After entering the bathroom, Fong Ning continued to think that Li needed more soul power or fear power to restore his strength, and therefore he needed to continue using the video to develop the stability of fear power. He also thought that he needed to look for some local legends that might hide the same incidents as the ghost child or Director Jiang. But first he needed to wash his face and then go looking for information. What he saw made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets, and he thought that perhaps he was still in a dream. When Fong Ning tried to wash his face from the faucet in the wash basin, instead of water, crimson blood flowed out, splashing everything around. Panicked, trying to turn the tap back, Fong Ning realized that the blood would not stop flowing no matter how hard he tried to stop it. Sweat was pouring down his face from the stress he had experienced in the last few seconds, because it felt more like a fog than reality. Looking in the mirror, he held his breath, seeing an unnatural reflection there. His face was distorted, a bloody smile was reflected on it, and his black, bottomless eyes radiated evil. Fong Ning looked at her darkest self, who was reaching out from the mirror, trying to touch him. The ghost's eyes glowed green, as if they were peering into the deepest corners of the man's soul. Fong Ning swung his arm at the mirror and told it to make that vile ghost disappear from his sight. He hit the mirror with all his might, causing it to shatter into dozens of tiny pieces. But this didn't solve the problem, because from each fragment of the mirror, the same ghost was looking at Fong Ning. He grabbed his head with his hands, experiencing unbearable pain, not understanding what demonic behavior was happening to him. The guy realized that something sinister and mystical had taken up residence in the bathroom and decided to turn a liar for help. Entering the bedroom, he was about to address the sleeping Jiang Li, but what he saw shocked him. Before him stretched a long, dark corridor, illuminated only by the green shards of a mirror in which the ghost was reflected. Fong Ning thought he was going crazy because he didn't understand how this was even possible and what was happening to him. At the end of this dark corridor, he noticed some kind of animal jumping over the shards of a broken mirror. His leaps from the debris created green lines of ghostly light that followed the monster's trajectory. Fong Ning decided to deal with this by declaring that coming to his house and causing trouble was not a good idea. He stretched out his hand to catch the animal, but it seemed completely impossible to him, as if something was holding him back. The monster turned to Fong Ning, looking at her sharp fangs, and looked at her with one green eye, while the other was pressed to her cheek. Fong Ning swung his sword at the beast in a rage, declaring that if it tried to attack him, it would die. But when he tried to hit it, the monster disappeared, and in its place, black mud formed, which sucked in Fong Ning's hand. This dark mud began to suck the guy in like a highway, and he didn't understand what it all meant and who was behind it. Then the monster appeared in front of him again, smiling and saying that the guy had simply been tricked and that it was a trap. Fong Ning felt like he couldn't move forward through the mud of the afterlife, and his body felt like it was pierced by hundreds of needles. He tried to free himself with his spiritual power, but it was all in vain, and he was increasingly consumed by the unknown darkness. His body was powerless against the unknown devilish force, and he could not even resist being pulled into something unknown. The monster sat down next to him and happily declared that it was over, while Fong Ning was almost completely buried in the mud. But suddenly the monster fell silent, and Fong Ning saw that its head had magically separated from its body. He opened his eyes in horror and realized that the dark corridor had disappeared and he was back in his apartment. But the strange feeling still lingered. All that remained from this morning's nightmare was the dead monster that Fong Ning held in his hands as proof that all this had really happened. There was a monster's head lying in the room, separated from its body, and Fong Ning was shocked that this unknown creature had almost killed him. By this time, Lier had already woken up, and Fong Ning heard her calling him, but he was afraid that once he entered the room, he would find himself in that terrible corridor again. Lier entered his room, covered herself with a sheet, and, holding a high-heeled shoe in her hands, asked if everything was okay with the guy. Fong Ning felt dizzy and almost fell, but Lier stood up in time and held him. After recovering slightly, Fong Ning asked what had happened, and Lier replied that he had just been attacked by a spirit body. The girl added that, fortunately, she discovered it in time and was able to finish off the monster before it killed Fong Ning. Fong Ning walked to the tap to turn off the water and asked what kind of creature with a spiritual body it was, to which the girl replied that people like this monster were very skilled in using psychological attacks. The monster's collar was still floating in the shell, and Fong Ning said that it didn't look like a wild spirit, so why did the monster attack him? Lier didn't know the answer, but she said that she managed to save him in a critical situation, and if the monster's power had completely absorbed him, then even after saving him, it would have caused irreparable damage to his brain. Lier added in a fury that when she finds out who is behind this, she will definitely deal with them, because no one has the right to harm her husband. After examining the monster's collar, Fong Ning noticed a number on it and guessed that the attack was carried out by some organization. Turning away so as not to see Lier's naked form, he said that everything was fine and he would clean up here while she went to get dressed. Fong Ning swept the room and thought that if it weren't for Lier's help, he probably would have died here, and it was good that she showed up in time. He also noted that after defeating the child ghost and director Jiang, he became overconfident, thinking himself superhuman. But when danger crept up very close and unexpectedly, he thought that his goal of becoming popular had gone beyond reasonable limits. Fong Ning analyzed the situation and realized that his 1,000-year sleep was only effective in close combat, and when faced with an illusion or a mind-controlled soul body, its power would become useless. He wondered who his enemy could be if not the ghost child's patron or the director. But whatever the case, as long as the enemy lurked in the shadows, the attacks would continue, and he couldn't just wait for him to be killed. His thoughts were interrupted by Lier's voice, who said that she was already dressed, and he glanced sideways to make sure that this was indeed the case. For her look, Lier chose Fong Ning's blouse, saying she wanted to wear items that reflected her husband's scent. Seeing this, Fong Ning became angry because he asked her not to touch his things without permission. So he asked her to take off his jacket, but she refused to do so. Lier started running away from him so that he wouldn't take her jacket, and while she was running, a policeman's business card fell out of her pocket. Fong Ning remembered that Captain Zhang had given him this business card when he saved his husband from the ghost child. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, events of their own were unfolding. A girl in glasses was choking and coughing up blood. A man in a suit standing next to her asked what was going on and if they had found who they were looking for. In response to the question, the girl disappointedly reported that her ghost had been destroyed and the case had failed. This information shocked them because Een Squirrel was a 4th-level soul and could easily deal with 5th-level hunters if she focused on mental attacks. And the girl confirmed that she almost killed the hunter, but something went wrong. The girl continued that at the last moment, some terrible force appeared and killed the Een squirrel in an instant. She knelt down and apologized to Chong Bai-dao, saying that she had indeed tried to carry out his orders, but it should not have happened this way. With tears in her eyes, she begged him for help, because now she was powerless against the soul hunter. Chong Bai-dao leaned over and lifted his chin to lift the girl's face, saying that he knew how hard she had tried. However, he also stated that Director Jiang, who was sent here to oversee the formation, had been eliminated, and someone must be held responsible for such a major loss. Before killing the poor girl, he added that without Een Squirrel, he no longer needed her, and that she was useless on her own. After Chong Bai-dao ate the girl's head, he turned around and left, declaring that the organization had never supported useless people and that it was not his fault. Chang's servant, Bai-dao, asked how it was possible that Director Jiang had successfully hidden for nearly 10 years, only to be suddenly attacked by a soul hunter and have his important test subjects kidnapped, and whether he had actually learned of their plan. Chong Bai-dao responded that the matter needed to be settled to prevent the soul hunters from disrupting other aspects of their plan, and that the identity of the hunter himself should be thoroughly investigated. Disappearing into a magical portal, he added that he would definitely find the hunter and pay with his life for their losses. Meanwhile, the sun had already risen completely and illuminated the entire city, flooding every part of the terrace of the cozy establishment with light. Captain Zhang sat carefree at one of the tables, looking through his notes and sipping water from a glass. The bell on the front door announced that someone had entered, and it was probably the one the captain was waiting for. Fong Ning arranged a meeting with the captain and, upon entering the establishment, saw that the captain was already there and waiting for him. The captain didn't understand why Fong Ning needed this meeting, but curiosity got the better of him, and he agreed. Fong Ning placed the squirrel collar in front of Een and asked him to find out everything he could about this organization, but the captain reproachfully asked if he had called him just to get information. But, having carefully examined the collar, the captain was in shock and could only say with horror that it was bottomless darkness. Fong Ning didn't understand what this meant and delicately asked the captain to explain it to him in more detail. Before saying anything, the captain asked Fong Ning where he got this collar for to understand the scale of the threat. Fong Ning calmly replied that last night, an ugly spirit that looked like a squirrel crawled out of the mirror in his bathroom and attacked him. But when he killed it, the body disappeared, leaving behind only a collar with a mark. After listening to him, Captain Zhang said that Fong Ning must have recently awakened his spiritual power, otherwise he would not have been able to kill the squirrel and not know anything about the darkness. Fong Ning agreed with him, and the captain continued that he had indeed managed to survive their attack, and after awakening his strength, he probably realized that the world was not as simple as it seemed. He noted that in this world there are ghosts, spirits, and other entities that are born with the ability to use the power of the soul. However, ordinary people for the most part cannot see them, but spirits can still harm them. The power contained within the human body is called spiritual power, but it is usually very weak. However, some people are able to somehow accumulate enormous spiritual power within themselves, allowing them to manifest various abilities. Such people are called ability users. Most people who possess spiritual power awaken it from birth, and only a tenth awaken in an incomprehensible way in conscious age. People and souls are divided into 8 levels based on their energy reserves, and souls of higher levels can suppress souls of lower levels. However, the soul levels include souls of levels 1 through 6 and 2 special levels, such as the Soul General and the Soul King. Fong Ning was surprised that he had never heard of this before, and the captain replied that the world of ordinary people should not know about the existence of monsters and ability holders for the sake of their safety and peace of mind, because not everyone would take it calmly. The captain continued that the country has developed methods for testing newborns, and if any abnormalities are detected, these individuals are noted and registered with the government after birth. Upon reaching the age of 16, they are contacted and invited to join the official company of soul hunters. Fong Ning asked what would happen if they did not agree, and the captain replied that their memories would be altered, their abilities would be blocked, and they would be allowed to live normal lives, while those who agreed would be trained and sent to different parts of the country to help regulate supernatural situations. Most paranormal phenomena are caused by creatures born from resentment and the soul, but there are also monsters with special abilities and all sorts of threats. Fong Ning noticed that there should be quite a lot of soul hunters, but judging from the number of supernatural situations he had encountered over the past few days, he had not seen any soul hunters doing this. The captain replied that it was due to an increase in paranormal activity and a purge of hunters, many of whom were killed or injured, as well as a situation that occurred 40 years ago that led to a serious shortage of hunters. Changing the subject, the captain said that it was worth talking about a group of people who were more dangerous than spirits and alien creatures. Fong Ning was surprised, but the captain explained that among people with natural abilities, there were those like Fong Ning who awakened later, and until they openly displayed their powers, they could not be identified. Some life difficulties, humiliations, and rejection from society can give rise to strong evil qualities in a person who has awakened within himself. These people hide among ordinary people, and their abilities extend beyond the permissible, exceeding the limits of what is permitted. But there used to be fewer such people because any threat posed by them through surveillance was immediately eliminated. These people use their abilities to take revenge on their enemies and subsequently go crazy from their superpowers, losing the ability to control them. But the emergence of a mysterious organization 40 years ago changed everything, as they captured people who had awakened their abilities and also infiltrated the official organization, inciting many timid hunters to join the ranks of their group. The captain stubbed out his cigarette and added that 40 years ago the soul hunters had experienced an internal conflict that had significantly undermined their strength. To this day, this organization sets traps for soul hunters, and no matter how hard the authorities try to expose them, they have never been able to find out the purpose and location of this secret organization. To seize power over the world, this organization uses the most brutal methods, one of which is the artificial cultivation of souls in captivity. Taking the collar in his hands, Fong Ning thought that it was probably an artificially created soul, and the captain agreed with him. The captain added that he had seen this collar and the number on it before, so he was sure that it was the darkness that had attacked Fong Ning. But Fong Ning didn't understand why they were attacking him, since he wasn't a soul hunter and didn't even interact with them. The captain replied that Fong Ning usually just interfered with their affairs or plans. Then Fong Ning remembered Director Jiang and thought that the organization must have had plans for him until Fong Ning destroyed him, incurring their wrath. The man asked if there was a way to find them, but the captain sadly replied that if they knew where this organization was, they would have closed it down long ago. The captain added that they had already managed to detain several participants, but they had been affected by soul magic, and as soon as they heard the keywords, they died from the inside. To clarify, the captain explained that soul magic was a power that emanated from the depths of the soul, producing unpredictable effects, and among those with the ability, only a select few could wield it. Fong Ning didn't really need this explanation, as he knew what spiritual skills were and was skilled in them. So he considered himself one of the geniuses the captain spoke of. But the captain continued that the skills are difficult to master, but it is a natural instinct of humans and alien species, and they can directly manifest the power of their spiritual abilities, and that is why being a hunter is difficult, because you never know what skills the next enemy will have. Fong Ning asked angrily, if he doesn't understand the monster's spiritual abilities, then he can just passively defend himself. The captain advised Fong Ning to join the Soul Hunter organization because it used defensive barriers that were virtually impossible to penetrate, and he would be under official protection. Fong Ning didn't like this idea because he had awakened his powers with Jiang Li's help, and if she regained her memory and decided to leave him, she would be able to take his powers back, and this would need to be explained to the organization somehow. The captain noticed his anxiety and asked if the boy had any secrets he didn't want to tell. Fong Ning only politely replied that he couldn't join the organization at the moment and hoped that after that, his memory wouldn't be erased and his life wouldn't be controlled. The captain replied that usually anyone who woke up late was monitored by the authorities, but he trusted Fong Ning and hoped he had not made a mistake in letting him go. He also added that he remembered how, when they first met, Fong Ning tracked down a ghost that was causing harm to people and saved her husband from it. Afterwards, the captain handed Fong Ning a strange gold card, and he asked what it was. The captain replied that it was a certificate for the organization's freelancers, and those who didn't want to accept this distinction could join as freelancers after passing an assessment. The captain added that with this certificate, he could use his abilities without threatening others or causing panic, but if he encountered dangerous creatures, he would have to help local hunters defeat them. After finishing his coffee, the captain said that he had told everything he knew, so Fong Ning needed to be more careful. As he walked down the street, he added that all the necessary information was on the card, and if the guy changed his mind, he should let him know in advance. Confused by this huge flow of information, Fong Ning stood up and looked after Captain Zhang, asking him who he was. Without turning around in response to the man's questions, the officer stopped and thought about what to answer. After a short pause, the captain replied that he was now just an ordinary policeman and continued walking towards the exit. Fong Ning leaned back against the table and pondered the captain's words. It occurred to him that perhaps he was a former soul hunter. Looking at the notebook, Fong Ning thought that he had found the officer he needed and at least now knew who his enemy was. He picked up the information card Officer Zhang had given him. It began to glow brilliantly. An image of Fong Ning appeared from it, and informative phrases began to fly out, and the guy thought that all this looked unreal and was intended only for those who had such abilities, so that others would not see it. The card said that he was now an independent soul hunter, but this was only visible to himself, since spiritual energy was not available to ordinary people. He was already heading toward the exit, thinking that a simple policeman could not know so many soul hunters, much less let him into the organization, so he was not such a simple person. As she was leaving, the waitress shot at him and demanded that he pay for the drinks he had consumed. Fong Ning was stunned by this information, because he hadn't ordered anything, especially for such a large amount. He started making excuses that he hadn't even swallowed water, but the waitress said that it was his friend's order, who said that he wanted to talk about something important and that she wouldn't bother him. Fong Ning was angry that the officer had placed the blame for his actions on him, and now he understood why he had been in such a hurry to leave the company as an expert. As he walked out of the coffee shop with Liu, Fong Ning thought to himself that the threat from the darkness was very great, and Jiangli needed to recover his strength as quickly as possible. He asked her if there were any other ways to regain strength besides eating delicious food and absorbing the power of fear, and she nodded her head thoughtfully. He asked again if there were any specific mechanisms or rules for gaining the power of fear, since this requires looking for a more effective source than watching videos or broadcasts. Liar replied that it was their voices and grievances that caused fear, and the stronger the mood swings, the stronger the fear, thanks to which she would restore her mental strength. Fong Ning thought that he could open a fear room and have Liu scare people there, thereby absorbing their fear. He quickly dismissed the idea because opening a haunted house requires a lot of money and PR, and there is no guarantee that anyone will come. They continued walking along the road, discussing ways to regain their strength, unaware of the danger. Busy with his own affairs, the rushing man didn't notice the people in front of him and bumped into Fong Ning, causing him to fly away. Fong Ning rushed to help the man because he felt guilty for receiving such a strong blow because of him. It was the same man from the alley that Fong Ning had saved from the ghost, and upon seeing Fong Ning, he smiled sincerely. Fong Ning didn't understand his incredible joy because he didn't know who exactly he was talking to, and curiously asked who he was. With undisguised joy, the man said that he was very glad to see his savior again, and emphasized that if he had not appeared in time, he probably would have died. The husband had long wanted to contact his savior, but did not know how to do this, to which he replied that now he would know his name, and this would make the search easier next time, because then the man was clearly in a hurry. The man's face reflected sadness, and, sighing heavily, he said that it was a very sad and long story. However, he invited his savior Fong Ning to a nearby cafe to buy her coffee and talk about what was bothering him. It was the same establishment with a very attractive and luxurious appearance, done in a discreet modern style in dark tones with wooden elements. Zhu Tianhua wanted to please the guests and politely asked what drinks they would like to drink since Fong Ning was with Liu. Fong Ning noticed his unease and eased the tension by asking the man to order the same for them. A funny thought about the cafe's choice flashed through his mind, as he'd already been there the day before. Zhu Tianhua turned to the waitress standing next to him and ordered 3 identical drinks, thanking her in advance. Fong Ning thought for a moment. This was probably the most expensive coffee in this establishment, since Officer Zhang himself had recently drunk it and had to pay for it. Zhu Tianhua began to recall the story of his rescue again, and the fact that he didn't even have time to thank his savior because he lost consciousness and was no longer found in the hospital. But Fong Ning, wanting to get closer to the essence of this meeting, did not comment on it. Finally deciding to have a serious conversation, Zhu Tianhua said that he came here looking for an exorcist and accidentally met Fong Ning, who was an expert in this matter and could give effective advice. Fong Ning was surprised by his request, as he thought that he had already helped this man last time and had not encountered any other supernatural phenomena until now. The information he heard even angered him a little, and a bright hellish flame of spiritual power flared up in his eyes. Zhu Tianhua sheepishly said that this situation did not directly concern him, but had recently happened at his company, to which Fong Ning asked for more details to see if there was anything he could do to help. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Zhu Tianhua leaned over the table and shouted out words of gratitude for the kindness and patience shown to him, while the waitress had already brought the prepared drinks. A little embarrassed that the waitress had witnessed his emotional outburst, Zhu Tianhua smiled and apologized for the noise he had made. Maintaining politeness, the waitress placed the drinks in front of the guests and went to serve other tables. Fong Ning noticed that this was the first time Liu had seen such a drink, and she inhaled the scent of something so strange and previously unknown in surprise. Noticing her surprise, Fong Ning mockingly whispered in her ear that everything was fine and she could drink it without fear. The girl obeyed her husband and began to taste the contents of her cup with caution and curiosity. As Zhu Tianhua watched the girl, he thought that she was somehow abnormal, and that it was very strange that she had a talisman on her head, something he had not noticed before. The girl really liked the drink and enjoyed its pleasant taste, not paying attention to the strange looks in her direction. The man then changed his mind and agreed that it was probably perfectly acceptable to act a little special in the presence of an expert like Fong Ning. Zhu Tianhua began his story from the moment he arrived at the hospital and gave a statement to the police officer, after which he hurried to his company. The husband explained that he was the owner of a virtual gaming company that had recently experienced a crisis, and to save itself from decline, it was decided to invest all its resources in a new game that was already in the final stages of testing, something Zhu Tianhua could not miss under any circumstances. Testing was carried out with attention to every nuance and with player health monitoring to avoid unpredictable consequences and improve the game storyline. Having once again checked the functionality of all devices, the quality of the broadcast, and the condition of the tester, the specialists began their work and testing began. At the beginning of testing, everything was fine, the character behaved naturally, the interface corresponded to the design, and nothing indicated any problems. During the simulation, the character received a command to start the game and headed towards the door that was supposed to initiate the gameplay. Once inside the game, the character froze in place at what he saw and realized that something had clearly gone wrong. In the game, he saw an exact copy of their office with all the employees, as if everything was happening in reality, and he just happened to be at work. Looking at the screen, the technologist was also surprised and came to the conclusion that the game had been modified, since they had definitely not developed such office scenes before. At that moment, an ominous red spirit appeared on the screen, filling the entire space of the office. Enraged at the developer, Zhu Tianhua walked up to him, grabbed him by the chest, and demanded to know where this scene came from if it was not in the project. A technologist went to the computer to check the game's source code and fix the error, and asked the director if he should pause the testing, to which the director replied that he needed to wait and see who was doing all this. Such a test takes a long time, given the complexity of the coding, and the owner went to the observation room, noting that everyone should monitor the tester's condition while he made the final recordings from the cameras. As he told Fong Ning this, he felt as if he was back there again and continued that after learning about the changes in the code, he wanted to check the CCTV cameras, but he didn't know that something even worse would happen at that very moment. They discovered that in the empty office, the computer turned on by itself and started typing something on a keyboard, which scared them very much. Not understanding the essence of what was happening, they were perplexed as to how this was even possible and who was behind it. Realizing the absurdity of what was happening, the director decides to immediately cancel the test and goes to the tester's room. If only he had known then that when he returned to the office, he would see an even more terrible picture than he could have expected. The tester connected to the simulator was literally burned alive by the electric current. The entire room was filled with smoke and the terrible screams of an exhausted man. Zhu Tianhua didn't understand what was happening and why the testing had gotten out of control, so he became angry and ordered it to be stopped immediately. An equally frightened developer muttered that a ghost haunted the office and that it was probably his work. Hoping to save the tester, Zhu Tianhua ran to him and disconnected him from the faulty equipment. Guided by emotions, he tore the helmet off the test pilot, not at all worried about his life at that moment. From his reaction and facial expression, it was clear that the rescue operation had dragged on and the accident had ended in tragedy. However, despite his terrible condition and severe suffering, the man still showed signs of life and had a chance of salvation. Zhu Tianhua ordered an ambulance to be called immediately, and his protege went to carry out the order, still in shock over the situation. After this incident, many employees quit. Further development of the game was suspended, and if this guy continues to be haunted by ghosts, then all my years of hard work will have been in vain, Zhu Tianhua lamented. He continued by stating that he didn't want to just sit around and wait for death, and began taking certain measures to keep the team together, sending everyone on vacation and hiring an expensive exorcist whose competence was questionable from the start. Fong Ning noticed that the exorcist's arsenal contained too many unnecessary items for this ritual, and the name Ji Zhang sounded too provocative. Zhu Tianhua had no doubt that his opinion of the specialist was correct and immediately realized that there was no trace of skillful workmanship there. Having started work, the exorcist assured that everything was under his control and no problems would arise. After finishing the session, the exorcist said with a smile that it was just some scoundrel and turned him into ashes, but the frightened faces of those present noticed something strange behind him. Behind the exorcist's back appeared the same red figure with flaming holes instead of eyes that had been in the office on that fateful day. And then fear gripped all three of them, including the charlatan master himself, who was convinced that he had managed to defeat the evil spirit that had taken up residence in the office, and Fong Ning was not at all surprised by such an ending to the story. Zhu Tianhua added that he had originally planned to meet another master in this cafe, but after seeing Fong Ning, he realized that it was fate, and that a master like him would definitely have dealt with his ghost if he had been there instead of that scoundrel. Trying to put even more pressure on Fong Ning, the husband began to feel sorry for himself and talk about what would happen if his company went bankrupt, his wife left him, took their son, and so on, but Fong Ning was already tired of listening to this. He interrupted his boring story about ending his career and said that he would help solve this problem, but on one condition. The man began to approach from a distance and said that he was usually very busy and would hardly find time for this, but he didn't have to explain for long, and Zhu Tianhua understood everything. He put a bank card with 50,000 on the table and said that after solving his problem, this money would be a return gesture of gratitude for Fong Ning. Fong Ning reacted sharply to this proposal, but he believed that driving out the demons could benefit not only him, but also Lier, who would have the opportunity to regain her strength. Zhu Tianhua thought that this reaction was due to a very small reward, and said that this favor would be equivalent to saving his life again. He added that he could give him an extra 20,000, but only after the new game was relaunched, as the company was currently in dire financial straits. However, Fong Ning didn't demand the money, knowing they were destined to meet anyway. Fong Ning said in a serious tone that if this problem was bothering Mr. Zhu so much, he would immediately solve it today as soon as he found out the company's address. They part on a positive note, with Fong Ning adding that Mr. Zhu should not forget to reset his bank card password and the company address. Fong Ning from Lyre arrived at her destination when it was already dark outside, and in front of them stood a huge building that seemed to touch the sky. With a triumphant cry, Fong Ning raised his hand, ready to fight for his money in the battle against the monster that had taken over Mr. Zhu's company. Continuing in the same spirit, the guy said that they came to establish justice and drive out evil spirits. And in support of Lyre, he added that they would destroy them and enjoy something tasty. Fong Ning, relying on his companion's abilities, asked her what level of soul was in this building, to which she replied that it was probably level 4 and no better than their previous find. So, full of enthusiasm, our heroes headed to the building with the ghost to get rid of it once and for all. By attaching the card to the sensor, they activated access to the building's entrance, meaning there was no turning back. In a good mood and aware of the scale of this entire event, which would undoubtedly garner a huge number of views online, Fong Ning began recording a video.